As it pleases the court, I still confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 4, Mr. Mapisa. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. Morning, Mr. Mngube. Thank you. We are still proceeding, Mr. Mngube. Thank you, Mr. Mngube. You would recall yesterday that when we adjourned, I had just referred to the court to a transcript of the evidence of Mr. Mushwana, who was an expert from the ballistic science laboratory that was called by the state, who came and testified here on the DNA aspect.
Yes.
This is after you were still explaining. You will continue with the explanation. It was just an interjection. After this was when you were still explaining about the fact that Brigadier Lieutenant Colonel Mangena said he received the seal bag in which the firearm was put broken. When you received it, in other words, the seal of that bag was broken. It means the bag itself was open, it was not sealed.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to, whilst on that aspect of the importance of a sealing of a seal bag, much against what Lieutenant Colonel Mangena received at Cleveland, I would also wish to refer this court to the evidence of the master himself, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, on what he said about the receipt of exhibits that are contained in the seal bag that is sealed. I call it the master himself because he gave a very stunning background about his knowledge on his operations at the Forensic Science Laboratory, the ballistic unit thereof, where they are dealing with firearms. Do you follow?
Yeah, we are London.
Yes. Thank you. Now, these are the proceedings of the 30th of August, 2024. 30/08/2024. It's a longish. It was a longish interaction between me and him. I'll just go through the record, and then thereafter I'll give to our interpreter there, and then she will interpret it to you after I've read what I want to bring to the attention of the court on record.
Ngizofunda mina kuqala ke lokho kwenzeke emaphepheni ala enkantolo. Udaba lwakho nalude nje ngizolufunda lonke maqedwe ukufunda lapho ngiphinde nginikeze kontoli kwethu yakufundele ke.
Now, on page number 3, this was the interaction between me and him. That's now the master himself, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena. This is what happened. Mr. Mangena, good morning, advocate. He was greeting me. And then I said to him, good morning, Lieutenant Colonel. All those greetings and stuff like that. And then this is where it begins. Now, thank you, sir. Now, in the course of your duties, you emphasize the aspect that when exhibits are brought to you, they should be put in sealed bags, not so. Mr. Mangena says, that is correct, my lord. And then Mr. Mnisi, and these sealed bags are designed, I may think, are designed with your, when they design these sealed bags, they invite certain individuals from your office to come and be part of the design of these different sealed bags in which different items that are picked up at scenes should be put in, not so. That is what I'm thinking. Lieutenant Colonel Mangena says, my lord, I do not know about the design of the exhibit bags. Mr. Mnisi, okay, thank you. No, but it is imperative that those bags should have seals, not so. In other words, a locking mechanism. Once you put in the exhibit inside the bag, then you lock it, not so. Mr. Mangena, that is correct, my lord. You seal the bag. Mr. Mnisi, now, what is the imperative of a seal in a bag that should be sealed after? No. Mr. Mnisi, I read it again. Now, what is the imperative of a seal in a bag that should be sealed after an exhibit is put in the bag, has been put in the bag? That's a question mark. Mr. Mangena, my lord, all the exhibits that we work on, once we are done working on exhibits, we put them in sealed bags, and they must be sent back to the station where they are coming from. Mr. Mnisi, yes, that I understand. That I understand. It is protocol. Even if it is for the first time that an exhibit is collected from the scene, once it is put in a sealed bag, the bag must be sealed. Now the question is, why is that necessary? What are the imperatives? Why should that be done? That's the question. Mr. Mangena, meaning the exhibit bag which have been examined already, that must go back to the station. Are you talking about those ones? Mr. Mnisi, a police officer goes to the scene, like a member of the local criminal record center goes to the scene. He picks up certain exhibits at the scene. Yes, that's Mr. Mangena. Then Mr. Mnisi, he puts them in a bag, and then he seals the bag, and then he transfers them over to either forensic science laboratory, either the biology unit or the ballistic unit. Now, the question is, why should that bag be immediately sealed at the scene before it is transferred to you? Now, Mr. Mangena, the master himself, gives this answer. To preserve the integrity of the exhibits, my lord. Mr. Mnisi, and that is the preservation of the integrity of the exhibits that are contained in the bag. Now, in an event that a sealed bag arrives at your or at a forensic science laboratory, let us talk about the ballistic section specifically, and you realize that no, the sealed bag has been tampered with. What is the next step? What happens? Mr. Mangena, my lord, when the exhibits are brought to the lab with, it is either a broken seal or an open bag. Yes, we do not receive those exhibits. Mr. Mnisi, thank you. must start from here, ne? Down here. Like this. That's up to here. No, we do not receive them up to thank you. Did you see that? From here up until thank you. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Sesobheka manje ke lokho kufunda umela ngithi ukufakaza ubathula le nkantolo uyana ke umzana bangena ngomhla ka30 August ngo2024 soqala ke lapho kule nkulumo yakhe naye ke umeli ke umzana umnisi ngalenkathi ke embuzweni imibuzo ke bayabingelela nababili ke umnisi yabingelela nomzana bangena naye yabingelela athi ke umzana umnisi ke ngiyabonga uyavuma ukuthi ngiyabonga zange ngikuze ngaphambili ngalenkathi ubingelela wathi mangena ngiye ngathi ke sawubona uthi ke umzana emnisi ke ngiyabonga mnumzana nawo manje ke masibheka ke umsebenzi lo wakho uyachaza ukuthi ke ufakazi obutholiweyo kumele ukuthi bufakwe ngaphakathi kwezikhwama lezi ke ezifaka ufakazi kunjalo na ethi mangena yebo lokhu kuqiniso ngosenkantolo phinde umnisi athi ke manje ke lesikhwama lezi zokhuluma ngazo ke zenziwa obani zidizwana obani abazenzayo bakhona abantu mhlamba abababizayo abasuka kwamanye amahhovisi ukuthi nabo beze ukuthi kuzowakhiwa lekhwama lezi esifaka bona ubufakazi lobo esikhuluma ngabo noma kutholakale lapho ke isehlakalo noma izehlakalo zenzelwe khona uthi umnisi ngiyacabanga ukuthi ke mhlambe ngendlela abayenza ngayo leyo athi uma ngena ngesonkantolo hayi anginalo ulwazi lokuthi ke lezikhwama lezi zenziwa obani lama exhibit bag esikhuluma ngawo athi umnisi okay ngiyabonga but ke kodwa ke kubalekile kakhulu ukuthi lezikhwama lezi esithwala ufakazi ke zivalwe akho njalo ngamanye amagama kuba khona indlela abayisebenzisayo ukuthi ke sivalwe singavuleki lesikhwama lesi esifake ke ufakazi ngaphakathi uma ngabe umuntu sekafake ke ufakazi lobo ngaphakathi kunjalo na aphendula ubangena athi yebo ngosenkantolo kunjalo uyasivala leso sikhwama lesi esifake ke ubufakazi athi komnisi ke yini ke isizathu noma ukubaluleka ukuthi lesikhwama lesi esifaka ufakazi sivalwe uma ke sekufake lo ufakazi lobo ngaphakathi na aphendula ubangela athi ngosenkantolo bonke ubufakazi ke esisebenza ngabo uma sesiqedile ukusebenza ke ngalo ufakazi lokho siyaphinda futhi siphindele futhi esikhwameni leso ke ama seal bag siphinde futhi ke sivale lawo lesikhwama lezi sibuyisele futhi lo ufakazi lapho kule station lapho uphuma khona athi umnisi ke ngiyakuzwa lokho futhi ngiyaqondisisa lokho kusho ukuthi iyona indlela elisebenza ngayo leyo noma ke bekuqala ngalenkathi ke mhlambe ke ngithola yona ke le exhibit lo ufakazi lobo lapho isihlakalo esenzakale khona naseke nisifaka ke esikhwameni isikhwama lesi isibhekile kumele ukuthi ivalwe na manje umbuzo wami uthi ke yini into enza ukubaluleke kangako ukuthi ke leso sikhwama lesi esifaka ufakazi sivalwe uma ke sekufaka ufakazi ngaphakathi iwona umbuzo engibuzayo lo athi uma ngena uma ngabe usho ukuthi ke uma ngabe ke isikhwama lesi ke sesihloliwe kufanele sibuyele futhi lapha station esiphuma kusona ukhuluma ngalokho na athi umnisi njengephoyisa elihambayo mhlambe liye lapha isihlakalo esizawele khona noma ke abanye belungu lapha eLCRC baya lapha isihlakalo esenzakale khona afike lapha yana sibasenza khona afike athole ufakazi obukhona lapho na athi uma ngena yebo uthi ke umnisi ke uyalithatha lo ufakazi lobo na afake phakathi kwesikhwama lesi seal bag then ayithatha ayisa le kule forensic laboratory yakhona noma ke laba abasebenza ke ngokubheka ama ballistic unit yakhona la manje umbuzo uthi yini uthi isikhwama yini isizathu ukuthi isikhwama lesi kufanele sifike ngaso lesikhathi leso futhi sifike futhi sivaliwe uma siza kunini athi umzana bangena lokho ukuthi kwenzela ukuthi ufakazi bungashintshwa ufakazi bungayenzwa futhi ngenye indlela ongasi ngendlela okutholakala ngayo uma kutholakala eqaleni athi ke umnisi uthi komnisi manje uma ngabe ke isikhwama lesi ke sifika kunini lapha kuma office wenu forensic science laboratory masikhulume ke ngama ballistic section ama ballistic ke ikakhulukazi masikhuluma ke ngesikhwama ke esizakini namhlambe ke siye sabanjwa noma ke savulwa yini into eniyenzayo manithola isikhwama esinjalo kwenzakalani manitholakala ke ngofakazi ukufika sevuliwe kinina na athi inkosi enkantolo ke uma ke ufakazi ubuza kuthina bunjalo uma ngabe isikhwama sivulekile noma ke siye savulwa le ndawo le elokhwayo ukuthi isikhwama singavuleki ukuthi yebo umnisi uthi ke uma ngena sikuthathi ke lo fakazi obunjalo athi umnisi ke ngiyabonga. Should I stop it? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mube,
Yeah.
as I've said, this was just the testimony of Mr. Mangena, who did the analysis in this firearm, which is alleged here at court that was used in the killing of the deceased.
Uyezwa ke mnumzane lokhu ke ufakazi bakhe ke uColonel Mangena okuyena umuntu ke owahlaziya ke zona lesibhamu lesesikhuluma ngaso lesesabulala ke yena umuva.
Yeah. Yesterday, you were still explaining about the fact that Mr. Mangena came and told this court that he received a firearm in a broken silk bag and everything. That's where I then interjected and then introduced this, which is contained on record. Yeah, you can proceed from.
Usakhumbula ke izolo ngale nkathi ke usathola ufakazi bakho usasitshela la enkantolo ukuthi ke ngelo ufakazi obabeka uyena uMangena ngale nkathi echaza ukuthi ke uMangena lo wathola ke isikhwama lesi ke seufakazi ke lo esafika kuyena sifika sivuliwe vele uthi ke umeli cela ukuthi uqhubekele kulapho ugcine khona izolo.
Nje uMangena ke naye ekushilo lokho ukuthi isibhamu abasithathi mawuthi sivulekile.
As Mangena also has explained that he does not receive the exhibit or the firearm when the seal bag is open.
Nomtshali wayemnika isibhamu ukushilo wathi wayengeke asithathe sivulekile.
And also Mjali, who is the one that was giving him the firearm, also mentioned that he was not going to accept or receive if the seal bag is open.
Lokho kubonisa ngokusobala ukuthi umthetho kushuthi abasebenza ngawo ukuthi into mayivulekile le awukwazi ukusebenza ngayo ngoba awusazi ukuthi sekwenzakaleni ngoba ivuliwe nje.
That clearly shows that is the way they work, that is that they don't receive any exhibit when it is open since you don't know exactly what happened to that exhibit.
Ungenzeka ukuthi sekushintsha ubufakazi, ngenzeka usekufakwe enye into ongesiyona, awusazi wena osifika la kuwo.
Maybe the evidence has been tampered with, has been changed, or maybe they've put something else which you are not aware of.
Ngokusho kwamaphoyisa.
According to the police.
Lesi sibhamu esikhuluma ngaso sibuye sikhumbule. Ifuthi ikhulunywa ngalesi ekuthiwa ngaboshwa naso mina. Isibhamu sa 2015.
This firearm, we need to recall, if we are talking about this firearm that I was sentenced on, this firearm is a 2015 firearm.
Sineminyaka ngoba sitholakala 20 ngoba kuthiwa 2020 siyatholakala eCleveland. Should sineminyaka mhlambe la ko5 from 2015 until 2020.
This firearm is having a lot of years because they said it was recovered at Cleveland in 2020, so about 5 years.
So Mangena.
May you please repeat that so that it gets properly interpreted? I think there was a loss of understanding each other there. The years and the years between the recovery of the firearm and this 2020 that you're referring to.
Okay, phinda futhi uphinde ngathi ke siyasalahlekana iminyaka lapho isibhamu satholakala ngawo nalo 2020 lokhuluma ngayo.
Ngithi kusuka ku 2015 kuya ku 2020. Shilesi sibhamu sineminyaka la ko5.
From looking at the period from 2015 to 2020, this means that this firearm is about 5 years
sikhona lesi sibame emaphoyiseni
being in the presence of the police.
kukhona amaphoyisa aphethe icala likaSenzo.
And we also had police officials who were dealing or investigating the Senzo's case.
Kukhona amaphoyisa asebalastiki adila ngazo into lezi zamacala.
And also we have police officials from ballistics who deals with these cases,
Ahlola ibhamu.
who are assigned to check firearms.
Konke lamaphoyisa lawo azange azabuye nokuthi nasi lesi sibhamu sedubulile.
All these police officials that I've just referred to never came back and mentioned that here is that firearm that fired.
La ikhotho kukhuluma amaphoyisa alako 40.
Here in court, we are talking about police officers who are about 40 in number.
Masisuka lapho sibuyele endlini ubufakazi obusendlini ukhuluma ngerevolve.
Then from there, we now go back to the house, and the firearm which was mentioned is a revolver.
Akhulunywa ngepistol.
They're not talking about the pistol,
Kinendo umuntu obopha umuntu epistol.
but Gininda arrested a person for a pistol.
Phezulu kunjalo userela ushilo ukuthi lo mshilo seIBC uthatha wonke lamalokhuzana le nhlobo zeyibhamu.
And then Cyril did mention that the equipment or the machine at IBIS, like it takes all these different types of firearms.
Ngokusobala ukuthi iballastic iIBC yayiveli nayo yonke lento le yesibhamu yokufa kaSenzo Meyiwa.
Which means that IBIS had the whole information about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ingalesikhathi kwakumele ikhahlele ngaso 2015 odlamini beyofaka isicelo sayo le case.
Then at that point, that's when there was supposed to be a hit when Dlamini went to request,
Kodwa zange uze kwenzeke lokho.
but that did not happen.
Makufika uGininda sekuyenzeka.
Then, but when Gininda now surfaced, it now happens.
Uyabona.
You see?
And uGininda ophethe case.
And Gininda is the one that is the investigating officer.
Ubengekho kuso sonke lesi sikhathi lesi.
All this while, he was not involved.
Kuphethwe amanye amaphoyisa icala.
Other police officials were the ones that were involved in
Azange
this case.
abopha abantu abamhlophe kufuneka abantu abamnyama amaphoyisa.
They did not arrest white people when black people were the ones that were wanted.
Azange abopha umuntu onedread elide kufuneka umuntu onedread elifishane.
They did not arrest somebody with long dreadlocks while they wanted someone with short dreadlocks.
Azange abopha umuntu ongaphumanga iDNA yakhe endlini.
They did not also arrest somebody whose DNA did not match from the house,
Ngoba endlini iDNA yatholakala yomunye umuntu.
because the DNA that was found in the house belonged to somebody else,
Ongesiyona eyami.
which is not mine.
Ifoni yami mina ithi ngiseJohannesburg makufusenzo.
My phone indicated that I was in Johannesburg when Senzo died.
So yonke lento le umnikazi wayo uGininda nethimba lakhe.
So everything here, Gininda and his team are the ones responsible.
Ngoba kuba kuthiwa akusibona kumele amaphoyisa lawa 40 lako 40 kumele ngababuya nayo lento le.
Because if it is not so, these other police officials, about 40 of them, would have brought the same information.
Ngokundlela okwenzeka ngakhona kushuthi amaphoyisa asebenza 2015 eballastic umsebenzi wawo kushuthi awawazi.
Because the way things happen, it gives a picture that the police officers who were working at the ballistic at that time, they don't know their job.
Lamaphoyisa onke lawa close to 40 ayiphethe case yaSenzo Meyiwa kushuthi umsebenzi wawo awawazi.
Which means all these police officials, we're talking about 40 of them who were in charge of the Senzo Meyiwa case, which means they don't know their job.
Umuntu owazi umsebenzi uGininda nethimba lakhe.
The person that knows his job is Gininda and his team.
So lento iyabonakala yonke ukuthi le into engekho ngoba akusekho ubufakazi bokuthi yiso isibhamu lesi ekwakuthiwa isam 2015 less ekutholakala 2020.
Because like there is no evidence ukuthi abukho ufakazi.
Abukho ubufakazi bokuthi yiso ngoba ibag bayivuliwe 2020.
There is no evidence that shows that this particular firearm, which they said was mine, is the one because the seal bag was opened.
Akekho nesiqiniseko sokuthi yiso esiphume phakathi noma kusiso.
Nobody has the guarantee of whether the firearm that was there is the one or it's not.
Ngoba sitshelwa amaphoyisa ngemlomo yawo ukuthi ibag evulekile awubusasebenza ngayo.
Because we heard it from the police officials' mouth saying that opened seal bag, they don't work on it.
But uMangena yena usebenze ngayo eyibona ivuliwe.
But Mangena went on and worked on it, seeing that the seal bag was open.
Enengazi ukuthi kwenzakaleni ngale bag.
And he initially did not know what happened with this bag.
So ngakho konke lokho kokufa kaSenzo Meyiwa mina ngazi lutho nangesibhama ngazi lutho.
So I don't know anything about the death of Senzo Meyiwa and also about the firearm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Mncube, you have been seated throughout these proceedings. You also listened to the testimony of Mr. Mangena, in as much as I did as well.
Mnumzane Mncube ke uloku ubukhona la enkantolo ngale nkathi ke ufakazi ke buthula la ecourt nalo ufakazi labakhe ke umnumzane Mangena ngale nkathi ethula ufakazi futhi ubukhona khona la.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Lieutenant Mangena, Colonel Mangena says, when the seal bag that contains, when the seal of a bag that contains an exhibit is broken, they do not receive that exhibit.
Umnumzane Mangena ke noma ke uColonel Mangena uye wachaza ngale nkathi ethula ufakazi la enkantolo ukuthi uma ke bethola ke ufakazi ke ubuza ke kule seal bag kodwa uma ngabe ke i-seal bag le ivuliwe abayithathi noma bayamkela.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. This is what actually came from himself, not so.
Yilokho kwashiwo yena ngithi uMangena.
Yebo umuntu owaziyo ngalento le ngeyibhama.
Yes, somebody who knows about firearms.
Thank you. Now, we have already mentioned, Mr. Mncube, that the people in the house, those who were there when the incident happened, gave a description of the firearm that the alleged perpetrator had when he got into the house. One gives it as a firearm which had a wheel. All the experts in the case who testified on firearms described a firearm that has a wheel as a revolver, not so.
Manje ke bonke abantu bebephakathi lapha kuleya muzi ngalo suku ke bayasichaza lesibhamu bachaza ukuthi isibhamu lesi ke esibesiphethe uyena umuntu ke owangena kulowo muzi bekuyisibhamu ke esinesondo.
Yebo.
Nabo futhi ke ongoti ke laba ama expert lawa ke asebenza ngesibhamu nawo uma ke echaza ke lesibhamu nabo bachaza sona lesi isibhamu vele esinesondo.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you. So, looking at the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena and the type of a firearm that is described by the witnesses in the house, that would inevitably lead to the conclusion that the exhibit that was found from the scene was fired from that firearm that the witnesses describe as a revolver. but the ballistic analysis that were done by Mr. Mangena says that the exhibit that was found at the scene got fired from a firearm that was a 9mm.
Manje ke umuntu ngagcina sekathi ke kuloko konke sekukhulunyiwe ukuthi ke i-exhibit noma ufakazi lobo obatholakala lapha isehlakalo esenzeka khona njengabo ufakazi basho ukuthi ke mabasichaza sibama bathi i-revolver kodwa ke ama ballistic ke kuya ngomangena ke yena uthi ke omangena ke ama-exhibit ke atholakala lapha ke ayisibhamu ke se 9mm. Is that correct?
Let me repeat it. I'm saying when one looks at what the witnesses who were in the house, the identifying witnesses who were in the house are saying, that the suspect who got into the house had a firearm that had a wheel. And the experts who came to testify here describes a firearm which has got a wheel as a revolver. Yes.
Ofakazi laba bebekhona lapha endlini bathi ke umuntu ke owangena endlini ubephethe ke isibhamu esinesondo. That part is correct.
Yes.
Kodwa ke o suspect ongoti ama expect bona ke bachaza lesibhamu leso ke as i 9mm.
No. The experts who have got knowledge on firearm say a firearm which has got a wheel is a revolver.
Okay. Ama ongoti ke abaziyo futhi ke isibhamu bathi bona ke ama expect ke isibhamu ke esinesondo si 9mm.
Thank you. Now Mangena comes to the court with results that says before that, then it means, then according to the witnesses in the house, that cartridge that was found in the house is a cartridge that was fired from a revolver, as they saw it.
Ngokuya ke ngofakazi abakhona endlini inhlamvu le eyatholakala njengomfakazi lapha endlini ke iyaphuma ke esibhamini lesi abakhuluma ngaso.
As the court please, my lord.
Yeah, sir, is it?
My lord, we submit that there was no cartridge that was recovered.
Hello?
There was no cartridge that was recovered from the scene, my lord. What I can
Who says
recall,
there was a cartridge that was recovered?
none of the witnesses, Advocate Minister is the one that is saying there is a cartridge.
So Mr. Minister is the one who says a cartridge was recovered.
That is correct.
Okay, fine. We can proceed.
As it is the court, my lord, maybe the state can assist. What was recovered in the house?
No, they say you say a cartridge was recovered.
Yes.
That's it. So,
Then what does the state say what was recovered in the house? If they can just assist them.
A projectile, my lord, a
Okay.
bullet point.
they say it's a projectile.
Those words, my lord, are synonymous. I'm not talking about the cartridge case.
You know what? If
I'm
you have-
talking- I'm
if-
talking
wait,
about a
wait.
bullet
You know
point.
what? The problem is Mangena's evidence is not being properly interpreted. Mangena's evidence is a revolver doesn't emit. It doesn't emit a bullet. It doesn't. And Mangena is an expert with hundreds and hundreds of exhibits. He's even gone to America, to the FBI, etc., etc. But Mangena's evidence is a revolver does not emit a cartridge or a projectile. It keeps it within its body. That's Mangena, not me.
I'm confused, my lord.
Oh, yeah, fine.
No.
Inkosi enkantolo ke iyachaza iyasho ukuthi ke ufakazi bakaMangena abuzange ke buze buchazwe kahle hle ngoba ke uMangena ke ngalenkathi ethula ufakazi wabeka kahle la court wathi ke iprojector ke ikwenza ke uma ke idubula ke ayikhiphi nje isikhoma sokona isigcina ngaphakathi.
My Lord, I find it very hard and difficult to agree with the court because
Yeah, fine, no problem. You can argue it.
I need to clarify it now, my Lord, because
You are clarifying the court.
for my own understanding.
Oh, I
my
see.
Lord, yes, because if the court says Mangena did not say that a revolver does not emit a bullet point or a cartridge, then it means
No, I never said that. You're misquoting me. I say Mangena says
yes.
a revolver does not emit a projectile or a cartridge. It secures it and saves it within the body of the gun itself.
That is where, my Lord, I'm getting
Fine.
a little bit
And
because a projectile, it's that part that kills a person. It's that part that kills. It's a bullet point.
Yeah,
What
fine.
remains
You know what?
in the revolver
Okay, fine, I hear
is
you.
the case itself, is the shell. So a revolver does not emit a shell, which is a cartridge case, but it does emit a cartridge,
Okay,
which is a
fine.
bullet point.
Fine. You can argue that.
Umntwana emnisi ke uthi ke nkosi enkantolo ke mina ngendlela ke engiqonda ngayo ukuthi ke ilona isibhamu leso okhulunywa ngaso ke siyayikhipha ke le ndawo le inhlamvu mayishaya le ndawo kuyona ukulala umuntu ayikhiphela ngaphandle esigcinayo nje phela igobolondo nje leli lenhlamvu.
Okay, let me put it very differently. Let me avoid using the word cartridge, although I mean that the word, I know that the word cartridge refers to the bullet point, that which goes out. But then back to my question. I'll be using the word bullet point. So in other words, the witnesses who were in the house who saw this incident happen are saying, in the large scheme of things, that the bullet point that was found in the house is a bullet point that was fired from a revolver.
Mr. Miss, can I say bullet point ikhanda, the head of the bullet, is that correct?
Yes, that which goes out. The exhibit, the exhibit, it was a bullet point, the head.
The head.
Yes.
Ofakazi laba abale endlini ababona konke okwenzeka ngalosuku lolu. What did I say?
Are basically saying that exhibit was fired from the firearm that they identify as a revolver.
Lelo khanda lele nhlamvu lento lephuma umuntu makadubula ke yatholakala njengofakazi ke yaphuma ke kulesibhamu abasibona bona labo fakazi.
Which is a revolver.
Isibhamu sakhona ke kuyi revolver.
Now, Mr. Mangena says his analysis tells him that that bullet point, which was an exhibit that was picked up from the scene, was fired from a firearm which was a 9mm.
Umzane Mangena ke owaziwe ke ngesibhamu ke leya exhibit le eyatholakala lapha isehlakalo esenzeka khona uthi ke uMangena ke le exhibit leke iye yaphuma ke esibhamini esibizwa ukuthi 9mm.
Do you follow?
Uyalandela?
Yebo ngiyalandela.
Yes.
Do you have any comment?
Khona mhlawumbe ufuna ukusho kuloko?
Lento le uma ngena uthi isibhamu 9mm yadubula. Benogininda.
Mangena and Gininda says the firearm that shot on that day was a 9mm.
Abantu basendlini bathi kwakhona revolver endlini.
The people that were in the house mentioned a revolver.
Abanye bathi isibhamu sinesondo.
Some described it as a firearm that has a wheel.
Abanye bathi 38 special.
Some says it's 38 special.
Uma ngena utshelele court ukuthi i-revolver ayikhiphi igobolondo.
Mangena told this court that a revolver does not interject the bullet case.
Endlini akutholakala gobolondo.
Inside the house, no bullet case was found or recovered.
Abantu basendlini bathi isondo edubulile.
The people that were in the house said it's a wheeled firearm that's shot.
Sikhuluma ngabantu lapha bebekhona kwenzeka yonke into abayibonile.
My lord, we're talking there about people who were inside the house, who saw what happened.
Isondo amaphoyisa athi alikhiphi i-cartridge or igobolondo.
The will, the police official said it does not brings out the
Emit.
bullet, emits, thank you, emit the bullet case,
Yes, which is the jacket. Yes.
which is there,
A bullet case is the jacket.
the jacket.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So lokukhuluma kwabantu basendlini ngesibhamu esinesondo nento eyenzakalile amaphoyisa mayefika iyafana ngoba ihambisana exactly ukuthi isibhamu sikhipha igobolondo isondo nangampela akunagobolondo endlini.
What was said by the people that were in the house and also the police is the same because the firearm they are talking about does not emit the jacket.
Kodwa ekugcineni uzothiwa ipistol.
But lastly, they'll say it's a pistol. They
And
say it's a pistol.
Nalelo pistol okutholakale ebhegini evulekile.
That pistol also, they mentioned that it was found inside an open bag.
If lento ingenabo nje ubugebengu iclean nje lento le njengamaphoyisa lawa awu40 abehlola abebhekene nale case. Akwenze lokho ngoba bona ukuthi kahle kahle lento ayihlangani.
This thing it just looks suspicious, and also the 40 police officials,
Bakwenze lokho bebona ukuthi lento ayihlangani.
they did all that because they could see that these things does not tally.
Ubufakazi wabantu basendlini buyinto ezwakalayo mabeyikhuluma ukuthi irevolver enangampela kutholakala cartridge.
The people that were in the house explained clearly, and their evidence was understandable that it was a revolver and indeed a cartridge was found.
Angazi cartridge noma igobolondo yabona.
I don't know whether it's a cartridge or the jacket or the bullet case.
Kodwa endlini akutholakanga gobolondo.
Or Tolagalanga.
Yeah.
In the house, a jacket was never found.
Nabantu ababesendlini ababebona bathi isibhamu vele esingakhiphi igobolondo ngokusho amaphoyisa bathi revolver ikhiphi igobolondo.
And also the police did mention that the firearm is the firearm that does not emit the jacket.
Kodwa mase kuginini sekuyatholakala konke sekuyipistol sekuyonke into seyi-right.
But now when Gininda is the one that is involved, it's now a pistol and everything now is okay. It's not-
Njalo 2015 ibihloliwe yona le case le yangaphuma iballistic.
In 2015, investigations were made and there was no ballistic.
Sibuye sikhumbule kanti uzobekhumbula ukuthi uSerele usho kahle ukuthi lo yamshini uyazenzela lo yamshini weIBC.
And I would like us to also recall what Cirello said. Cirello said that machine, it's automatic, it does everything by its own.
Thank you, Mr. Meyiwa. Now, your testimony in this regard is that you never were in possession of the firearm that Mr. Mangena analyzed, which allegedly was used in the commission of the offense at the Komalos.
Manje ke wena okushoyo ke Ncube ukuthi ke wena awuzange ke ube wena ube nalesibhamu leso Mangena akhuluma ngaso lesi futhi asihlole.
Azange nje.
Not at all.
Lezo sibhamu nje akhuluma ngaso Mangena mina angisazi.
The firearm that Mangena is talking about, I have no knowledge of.
Esakhe noGininda leso.
It's his and Gininda's.
Ngoba lesi mina kwakuthiwa isam 2015 sahlolwa.
Because the firearm that they said was mine in 2014 was analyzed.
Sine form la ecourt elahanjiswa uDlamini.
My lord, we have a form here in court that was submitted by Dlamini.
Ingakho ngithi mina shutha amaphoyisa abasebenza umuntu osebenza uGininda.
That is why I made that statement. That it means that other police officials are not doing their job. The only person that is doing his job is Gininda.
Yes, Mr. Meyiwa, I think you've made your point very clear on that one. Is it correct, Mr. Meyiwa, that it is your further testimony that this ammunition that is alleged to that was found in the Kumalos, which is an ammunition that was fired in the alleged firearm. You never were in possession of such ammunition.
Manje ke ufakazi bakho ukuthi ke le nhlamvu lezi zatholakala kwaKhumalo lezo kuthiwa zaphuma kulesibhamu lesi ke awazi lutho ngazo awazi futhi ngalesibhamu leso.
Angazi lutho ngaleso sibhamu, angazi lutho nangalezo ndlava ezatholakala lapho.
I don't know anything about the firearm. I don't know anything about the ammunitions that were found.
Nobufakazi bonke futhi buyakhombisa ukuthi mina angikho lapho.
And even the evidence clearly shows that I am not involved.
Elethwe yiwo amaphoyisa.
The evidence that was brought by these police officials.
Evidence that was brought by who?
The police officials.
Or by the police officials. Okay, no, thank you. Now, Mr. Mncube, let's go back to Mr. Mangena, to Mr. Brigadier Kininda.
Masipiyele futhi ke emuva ke sobheka ke Brigadier Kininda.
When Brigadier Kininda came to visit you on the 30th of June 2020, was it for the first time that he came to see you?
Manje ke ngabe ngathi ke uBrigadier Kininda eza ezokuvakashela ke usuku le kuyi-30 zika June ngo-2020 ubeqala ukufika ke ngalolu suku.
Ejele beqala ukufika kodwa yena mina naye besingaqalana.
At the prison, it was the first time that he came to see me. However, the both of us were not meeting for the first time there when he came to the prison.
So would I be correct to understand you to mean that you are not seeing him for the first time on the 30th of June 2020?
Ngikuzwa kahle mawuthi ke ubungaqala ukuhlangana naye umbona ke nombona ngale nkathi nge-30 zika June 2020.
Yebo bengaqala ukumbona.
Yes, I was not seeing him for the first time when I saw him on the 30th of June.
Kodwa ejele wayeqala ukufika.
But when I was in prison, it was his first time coming. to see
Nge-30
me
June 2020.
on the 30th of June 2020.
Thank you. I will not get into details about where you met and stuff like this.
Uthi ke umnisi yanyaka sa ngenela phakathi ke yabuza ukuthi ke nhlangane kuphi noma kanjani.
So, was it for the first time when he met you on the 30th of June 2020 when he spoke to you about this case?
Manje ke ubeqala ke ukukhuluma nawe ngale cala leli ke ngale nkathi umhlangana mhla ka 30 June ngo-2020.
Yebo wayeqala ukukhuluma ngaleli cala.
Yes, it was the first time he spoke about this particular matter.
Ngoba ngesikhathi nginaye oqala masiqala wazana naye wayekhuluma ngenye into.
Because when I initially or first time knowing him, he was talking about something totally different, something else.
Is it something related to this case or not?
Enye into lena yahlangana nale case noma ihlangana nale case.
Bayihlangana nale
Thank you.
case.
No, not related with this case.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Mncube, now the state let this unassailable evidence, which is proof beyond doubt, that the person who got into the Kumalos, who wielded the firearm, and who was wearing a hat, it's not you.
The person who went into the Kumalo, who had the firearm, is not him.
He who had a firearm and who was wearing the hat,
He had you.
it's not you. That is said by the DNA results.
Mnumzane Ncube ke umbuso ke ulethile ke ufakazi la enkantolo ke obukhombisayo ke ngaphandle kokungabazi ukuthi ke umuntu ke owangena kwakhumalo futhi ke egqoke ikepisi akusuwena ke lo ufakazi ke phuma ke kulombiko lo we-DNA lo waletha la court.
Do you follow?
Usalandela lokho?
Yebo ngiyalandela.
Yes.
Now, Brigadier Kininda's evidence which is basically becoming a bit of his own analysis, says. Now, this is despite that which is said by the DNA results, which is unassailable, says you, amongst others, were approached by number 5 to go and be part of the killing of the deceased in this case.
Brigadier Kininda ke naye ke ngofakazi bakhe uyakhuluma ke ngaphandle ke mhlawumbe ukhuluma ngolofakazi be-DNA uthi ke uGininda ke wena nabanye kweza ke umsola wesihlanu kunina ukuthi nani ke nibe khona kule sehlakalo sokubulala ke yena umufi.
Now, that DNA evidence, as I'm saying, is not me, is what the state presented. Says you are excluded from being the person who was wearing the firearm, in the head. In other words, it wasn't you. So it means there's another person other than you who was approached by number 5 to go or to be part of the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. That is the person who was wearing the head.
Manje ke ngokuya ke ngofakazi ke bombuso akusimini osho lokhu ufakazi ke obulethe ke umbuso la enkantolo ubuletha ke ngama DNA ke lo ufakazi lo bukhombisa ukuthi ke khona ke futhi omunye futhi umuntu naye ke owamenywa ke uyena umsolo osihlanu ukuthi abe yingxenye ukubulaleni lokhu kwamufi.
I've said other than you.
Omunye umuntu ke ongasuwena owamenywa naye ukuthi ke abe yingxenye kule cala.
Do you understand? Do you follow?
Yebo ngiyalandela.
Yes.
So, in other words, according to Brigadier Kininda, there is this person who was wearing a hat, whose DNA was found in that hat, and which DNA takes you out. That person should also have been invited by accused number 5 to be part of the assassination of Senzo Meyiwa.
Manje ke ngokuya ngoGininda ke kusho ukuthi khona ke omunye umuntu obegqoke isigqoko ngalosuku lolo lo iDNA yakhe eyatholakala kungasiyona yatholakala usho ukuthi ke lo muntu ke umunye kwabantu ke naye owamenya ngomsolo wesihlanu ukuthi naye ke abe yingxenye yokubulawa kaSenzo Meyiwa.
In other words, that is the person, according to Brigadier Kininda's version, who got into the house along with accused number 2.
Ngamanye amagama ke lo muntu lo ke yilo muntu lo ke ngokuya ngoGininda owangena phakathi ke lapha emzini ehamba naye ke umsola wesibili.
Do you follow?
Usalandela?
Yebo ngiyalandela.
Yes.
Do you have any comment?
Khona mhlawumbe ufuna ukusho kuloko.
Into engayisho mina njengoba kuthiwa la icourt ethiwa ukheli wewathenga abantu.
All I can say is it was even also said in court that Kelly is the one that hired the hitman.
Should akakenzakala ukuthi atholakala umuntu owabulala okuyena wayithengiwe.
Which means they've not found the person who was the hit on that particular day.
Ngoba umuntu wayithengiwe wasishiya yena endlini.
Wanishiya endlini.
Wazishiya yena self endlini.
Because the person that was a hitman left himself inside the house.
Lo olapha kule DNA yesigqoko.
I'm talking about the person whose DNA was found in that hat.
Lo namanje ongekho ke la.
The same person that is not here even now.
So mina angitholakali lapho.
I'm not involved there.
Aku-
Or
Akusho mina kusho ubufakazi obula ekhona.
I'm not the one who's saying that. It's the evidence that is before the court that says so.
Ukuthi umncube wengekho lapho.
The evidence says Mncube was not there.
Ukuthi nesigqoko akusise sikaMncube.
That the hat does not belong to Mncube. Yes.
Thank you. Now, did the state, Mr. Mncube, just on the basis of what you have said now, did the state, particularly through the evidence of Brigadier Kininda, hinted that there is another person that they are still looking for, who should actually be the one that was wearing the hat, who was involved in the killing of the deceased as well?
Manje ke Mnumzane Mncube ke umbuso ngalenkathi ke unayo Gininda ke uvezile la enkantolo ukuthi yazi inkosi enkantolo khona ke omunye umuntu esamfuna kuyena umuntu ubegqoke isigqoko ke ngalolu suku lapha kuleyana.
Azanguzwa mina.
I did not hear that.
Thank you.
And kuyo yonke lento le kosenkantolo unento besiyikhumbule. Uthi la ecourt kuye kwafika iphoyisa abathu makhulu.
I would also like us, my lord, to also recall that here in court there was another police official that came, Nakubo.
Yes.
Elachaza la ecourt ukuthi ukukhuluma kwabo base bekuhlanganisile uGininda wabajikela.
Who came before the court and gave an explanation that they already formed their evidence or their talk, but Gininda went
Wabajikela.
but Gininda turned against them.
Wasehamba nethimba lakhe lelomkhulu.
Then Gininda now went with his other team, Moholo and them,
Ukuthi kuze kube namadokhetha amabili.
so that they can have be about two dockets.
Thank you, Mr. Mncube. Look, we hear not on the strength of two dockets. This trial is about just the strength of the allegation, or is on the basis of the allegation that yourself and your co-accused were involved in the killing of the deceased in this case.
Mnumzane Mncube ke namhlanje ke asikho lana ke malana ke namadocument amabili noma kanjani kodwa sila namhlanje ke ngale macala ke lawa anithweso wona ke sikhuluma ngawo ke labanye ke lawo boshwe nako.
But then Brigadier Kininda, very late in the course of the trial, adds a new dimension that it's Ms. Kelly Kumalo who actually came out to this, who hashed this idea that Senzo should be killed, and then as a result thereof, she then approached accused number 5, who in turn approached the whole of you here.
Kodwa ke umzana Gininda ke emva kwesikhathi ke uza futhi ke neindlela kulecala leli ke lapho ethi khona unkosazana ke uKheli Khumalo ke uyena umuntu ke oweza ke nalombono ukuthi ke uSenzo abulawe wase ke ehlangana ke naye ke umsola ke lo wesihlanu.
Those are the bases on which this trial is proceeding.
Yiyo ke indlela noma ke isimo ngendlela ke icala leli ke liqhubekela phambili ngayo.
Do you understand?
Yezwa lo?
Angithola kahle.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mncube, I think we have covered a few things. Let me just check if there is anything that I need to take up with you that I would not have covered. Just a second, brother. Thank you, Mr. Mncube. I think in terms of my preparation, touched base on a number of aspects. But before from my side, before I repeat, is there anything that you would wish to add to your entire testimony?
Mnumzane Ncube, ngiyacabanga mina ukuthi ke sengibheke konke malana nofakazi okhona la enkantolo ngiye ngabuza konke okukhona kodwa ngaphambi ukuthi mhlambe ke ngihlale phansi ke mhlambe ngicede ke inkulumo yami ngifuna ukwazi kuwena ukuthi wena mhlambe ukhona lapho ke mhlambe ufuna ukuthi ke siphinde sibuyele khona ufuna ukukusho ufuna ukulungisa kanjalo kanjalo,
Which is material to the allegations that have been leveled against you by the state.
okubalekile ke malana ke namacala la uthoswe wona umbuso.
In other words, which is relevant to the allegations against you
Uhambisana
by the
necala
state.
leli, okubalekile futhi lecala uhambisana necala leli.
Hayi mina yikho nje ukuthi ngoba phela ngilapha mina kahle kahle. Angazi nami ngisayibuza ngiyiphendula ukuthi ngisho kanjani mina.
Nothing much, my lord, but I'm just asking myself the reason why I'm standing before the court, why I was arrested.
Into zonke ezenzakalile kule case. Kuningi okungisolisayo ukuthi khona umkhonyovu khona.
And in everything that is happening in this case, I'm suspicious that something is just not right. There's something happening.
Njengokuthi nje ngizophuma kimi sino I choose number 2 la I choose 1.
Suzanne?
Sino I choose number 2 la ok2 I choose 1.
Well, here in court, we have accused number 2, who is said to be my co-accused.
Engingamazi.
Firstly, I don't even know him.
Ok2 uboshwe nge16 June 2020.
They said he was arrested on the 16th of June 2020,
Thuboshwe licala kwaNongoma lemeda.
that he was arrested for a murder case, Nongoma murder case.
Amaphoyisa afika la ecourt afika yasho ukuthi akuselicala lemeda.
The police officers came to the court and did give an explanation that it is not a murder case.
Athi abophuthelezo mbophele isibhamu nakhona ayingamfuneli lona ayimfunele linye.
And then they even said that they arrested Buthelezi for a firearm, even though they were not, they were not looking for him for that particular, they are looking for him for another case.
Amthole phethe isibhamu asenza i163/10/2018.
They found him with a firearm and then opened the case with the case number 163/10/2018.
Ngobe khona nje uboshwe uGininda.
As he is here, Geninda is the one that arrested him.
Lokhu kuboshwa kwakhe mawusukulandela ngamaphoyisa abela ecourt nomnikazi wecala obela ecourt kungamanga.
He's arrested if his arrest, him being arrested, and if you follow the evidence of the police who were in court, it's all lies.
Ngoba lo muntu lo ngoba eboshwe icase yaNongoma. La ecourt mayise kufika ukhumala azange sakhulunywa ngecase ukuthi wena ubufuna untanzi ukhumala ushithi angazange kwantanzi lowo.
Initially, he was arrested for the Nomngoma case. Then when he comes before the court, Kumalo mentioned that they were looking for Ntanzi, and then he says he does not even know Ntanzi.
Azange mfuna untanzi ukuthi
And there
untanzi.
was no point that he was looking for Ntanzi.
Utshelele ecourt ukuthi yena uGininda ubazi ukuthi case yesibhamu le ekabuthelezi.
And he told this court that Geninda knew that this case involves a firearm and Buthelezi.
Kodwa uGininda uze wazokhohlisa le court wathi case yesibhamu.
But Geninda now came and lied before the court saying it's a firearm case.
Ukhombisa ukuthi yonke into la yenzakalele kunomkhonyovu khona phakathi.
It's a clear indication that everything that happens here, something is just not right. There's something fishy going on.
Ingakho ungizwe ngithi nje kushuthi amaphoyisa abasebenza umuntu osebenza uGininda.
That is why you heard me saying that this means that other police officers are not doing their job. It's
Ngoba-
only Geninda who's doing his job.
So lento lena ikhombisa ukusobala ukuthi nokuboshwa kwami oba ngiboshwa nje kahle kahle kunomkhonyovu khona.
Even it shows very clearly that even my arrest, there's something fishy going on with my arrest.
Ngoba zonke izinto uma uthi uyabheka ikhala ekhulunywa abantu basendlini ayifani nami.
Because most of the things, when you look, firstly, when you look at the complexion that was mentioned about the people in the house, it's not my own complexion.
Amadread ekhulwa ngawo endlini awalingana amadread ami.
The dreadlocks that was mentioned in the house are not the same size of my own dreadlocks.
Isibhamu okhulunywa ngasendlini asifani nesibhamu mina ngaboshwa naso.
The firearm that was mentioned in the house is not the same firearm that I was arrested for.
Isiqoko sasendlini sithi akusi DNA yami kodwa kuthiwa yimi engadubula.
The head that was found in the house did not have my DNA. However, it is being said that I'm the one who fired the shot.
Ifoni yami ithi ngiseJohannesburg uSenzo Meyiwa eFosloras.
My phone indicates that I was in Johannesburg when Senzo died in Vosloorus.
But ngila ecourt,
But I'm here in court today.
ngila ecourt mina ngoSenzo Meyiwa.
In the Senzo Meyiwa case.
Kodwa zonke izinto ezikhona asihlangani nami.
But everything that is here in court actually does not tally or does not involve me.
Even abantu basendlini bakhuluma ngomuntu onezinyo legolide anginazinyo legolide.
Even the people that were in the house, they talk about somebody who had a gold tooth. I don't have a gold tooth.
Ngize ngazanywa nokuplantwa ukuthatha isithombe sami lothiwa isithombe sa 2014.
I was even tried to be planted, if I can use that word also, that the picture is mine, which was not my own picture.
Ngoba yikho into ehlanganayo ethi umncube nangu la.
Because they don't have anything tangible to say it is me, that Mncube is involved.
So yinkinga yami kodwa ngelapha mina njengamanje.
That is my problem, but here I am now. Here in
Naba
court,
nabantu babengabazi abanye babusibiya noNtanzi angibazi.
with people that are known to me, referring to Sibia and Tanzi,
Kodwa bango-accused bami namhlanje.
but today they are my co-accused.
Ngibaza ngenkani ngoGininda
I had to know him by force through Kininda,
ukuthi bezoba o-accused bami kuthiwa ngibulale nabo Senzo.
so that they will be my co-accused, and it is said or alleged that we were involved in killing Senzo.
Ngisho istatement zoSiphiwe zekhandwe endleleni imoto ihamba.
Even Simpiwa's statement was taken on the road when the car was in motion,
Kodwa namhlanje ngila ecourt.
but today I'm here in court.
Ngiboshwe icala kaSenzo Meyiwa.
I'm being arrested for the Senzo Meyiwa's case.
Angazi lutho ngofa Senzo Meyiwa.
I don't know anything about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Futhi angeke ngazi ngofa Senzo Meyiwa.
Futhi, I will not even know about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ngisho abawameyiwa kumele bakwazi ababakhona ukuthi angazi lutho ngofa kwengane yabo mina.
Even the Meyiwa's family, wherever they are, I want them to know that I don't know anything about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Lokho.
That's all.
Thank you. As it is the court, my lord, I think that will be all from me for now, of course. I'm alerted that it is almost time for a short adjournment, my lord. I would therefore request that you can adjourn for a short break. or the bullet, and what remains is the case, my lord. So I think I was a little bit in sixes and sevens there. I profusely apologize, my
Okay,
lord.
no problem.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
As the court pleases, my lord. Good day, Mr. Mngube,
Yebo,
and good day, Ms. Koza.
Good day, Mr. Msebeni.
Now, Mr. Mngube, you have testified that prior to the 27th of October 2020, you did not know Mr. Sibia, you did not know Mr. Ntanzi. Is that correct?
Kunjalo ukuthi ke ngaphambili kwa-27 zika-October ngo-2020 ubungamazi wena Mnumzane Sibiya ukuthi ubungamazi noMnumzane Ntanzi kunjalo?
yebo bangabazi.
Yes, I did not know them.
Baqala ngalo lelo langa.
I first knew them on that day.
And indeed, you testified that the first time you saw both gentlemen was at the first appearance of this matter in the Boksburg Magistrates Court on the 27th of October 2020, correct?
Futhi ke uye wathi ke uqala ukubabona ke ngale nkathi nivela inkantolo yokuqala lapha eBoksburg Court ngomhla ka-27 October ngo-2020.
Yebo.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, particularly regarding Mr. Ntanzi, when you say that you did not know him, what exactly do you mean?
Masiqale lapha uMnumzane Ntanzi ke uma ke wena uthi ke ubungamazi usho ukuthini ngalokho?
Have you seen him before?
Uke wambona ke uNtanzi ngaphambilini?
Mangithi bengingamazi ngisho ukuthi nje ngamehlami ngangiqala nje ukumbona 27 October 2020.
My Lord, when I said I did not know him, I meant that I've never laid my eyes on him. It was my first time seeing him in 2020.
Angakaze ngizwe nokuthi khona umuntu okuthiwa uNtanzi nje ofana naye.
And I've never also heard that there was somebody like him, Ntanzi.
And had you ever attended a meeting, a gathering, or a social event where Mr. Ntanzi was present ever?
Manje ke wena uke waba mhlambe ke wathenda ke umhlangano noma ke indawo lapho nje phela ngijabulisa khona lapho uNtanzi nawo bekhona khona.
Ukuthi umuntu uzokwazi ukuattenda naye i-meeting kumele umazi.
For one to be able to attend somebody a meeting, you must know or you should know the person.
So uNtanzi azange ngize ngimazi, azange attend naye meeting. Angimazi nje total.
I did not know Ntanzi. I've never attended a meeting with him. I don't know him at all.
Mazi soyileli cala.
I only knew him in this case.
And describe what happens on the 27th of October 2020 at the Boksburg Magistrates Court. You've testified under your interaction with Advocate Munisi that you were brought from custody from Johannesburg prison, which is commonly known as Sun City, correct?
Cala ke usitshele ke noma ke usibekele ukuthi ke kwenzakalani mhla ka-27 October ngo-2020 lapha ke eBoksburg Magistrate Court. Khumbula ke ngale nkathi ke uMnumzane Mnisi uyena ke ekuzini imibuzo ke uye wathi ke la enkantolo uye wasuswa ke lapha ke ukugcina lapha ke eJohannesburg prison le ibizwa manje ukuthi Sun City.
Yebo.
Yes.
And at the holding cells before your matter was called into court, were you held in the same holding cells as Mr. Ntanzi?
Manje ke ngaphambi ukuthi icala leni ke libizwe enkantolo ke ningene ecourt lapho benigcinwe khona ke uthi umeli ufuna ukwazi ukuthi ke kulama cell bogcinwe kuona ke bewugcine naye uNtanzi ngaphakathi.
uNtanzi angimazi. Ngiqala umbona ecourt yaseBoksburg leli cala.
Yes.
I don't know Ntanzi. The first time I saw him was were at Boksburg in connection with this case.
Ukuthi wayekuphi angazi.
As to where he was, I have no knowledge of.
Let me phrase it this way. At what point did you become aware at the Boksburg Magistrates Court that you are charged together with Mr. Sibia, Mr. Ntanzi, Mr. Mapisa, and Mr. Ntuli for this matter?
Manje ke wena ke wazenini lapha eBoksburg kodwa ukuthi manje ke wena o choose back ke uyena ke uSibiya uNtanzi, uMaphisa nomunye.
Ngaze masibizwe masifika phezulu lapha ecourt njengoba nje behleka nje abafuthi masifika nje lapha okumele singene khona eboxini asingenanga kodwa eboxini sama nje la eduze kwakhona la isazekho esibona nekhona ke lapho ngoba sifika sonke sizicaleni liwa.
I first knew them when we were called in court, when we had to go up in the court, even though we did not go inside the dock, we were standing there. That's when we knew each other, as we were all called at the time,
Phambi kweManchester.
in front of the magistrate.
And have you ever been to, I'm leaving that aspect now, have you ever been to any hostel in Vosloorus where you saw either or both Mr. Sibia and Mr. Ntanzi?
Manje ke wena kuke kwaba khona isikhathi lapho ke uba lapha eVosloorus hostel, lapho ke hostel leyo ke wabona mhlambe ke uSibiya noma uNtanzi noma bobabili uSibiya naye uNtanzi.
Angibazi
I don't know them,
futhi azange ngize ngibabone hostel.
and I did not, or I've never seen them at the hostel.
Babona ke 27 October 2020 ecourt yaseBosbek.
I saw them on the 27th of October in Boksburg Court.
And do you come from the same village or area or region as Mr. Sibia and Mr. Ntanzi? For example, Mr. Ntanzi says he comes from Kotlokolo.
Manje ke wena noSibiya noNtanzi nibuya ke endaweni eyodwa esigodini esisodwa ke ngoba uSibiya yena uthi ubuya le kwaHlokolo. uNtanzi uthi ubuya kwaHlokolo.
Mina ngwanongoma ematshe emhlophe.
I'm from KwaNongoma eMatsha Amhlophe.
Akekho engibuya naye endaweni eyi-1 kulaba futhi abala.
None of the gentlemen or the men who are with me here in court are coming from the same area.
Noma-ke-
As myself,
Noma ke sengathuthe ematshe emhlophe ngakha kwaMandlakazi kodwa nje akekho engibuya naye. Nakhona kwaMandlakazi akekho engibuya naye.
even though I'd moved from Matsha Amhlophe and built a home for myself in Emandlakazi, but there's none of these co-accused that are coming from Emandlakazi like myself.
And particularly relating to Mr. Ntanzi, do you have any friends, relatives, or acquaintances in common with Mr. Ntanzi?
Manje ke masikhulume ke ngomzana uNtanzi ke unabo ke abangani obaziyo kobangani bakho futhi kaBantanzi noma bomndeni wakho noma futhi nayo futhi umndeni futhi kaNtanzi khona into ezinjalo.
Akekho nje umuntu engimaziyo engathi wake wangitshela ngoNtanzi.
My Lord, I don't have anyone I would say that the person had ever told me about Ntanzi.
Umnini uNtanzi ukumazi nokwazi nje igama lakhe nokwazi yena straight ngiqala ukumazi 27 October 2020 ecourt yaseBosbek.
The first time I knew Ntanzi was on the 27th of October 2020, knowing him, knowing that there's somebody like Ntanzi was on that day.
And in relation to that question, we will deal with your cell phone records and Exhibit SC, which is your phone book. There is a contact that you had saved by Umshana Kantuli VO4 with the number ending 1239. And the same contact number is saved in Mr. Ntanzi as Lungisani, ending with the number 1239. So I'm tying this to my earlier question whether or not you've got family, relatives, acquaintances in common with Mr. Ntanzi.
Mnumzane Ncube ke sophinde futhi sibheke ke kuma record akhe cellphone. Ama record akhe cellphone ke cellphone yakho ke ukhona ke. You want to say something?
Yes. Just in your contact, your phone book is saved as Mshana Ntulivo, and in Mr. Ntanzi it is saved as Lungisani, but the contact is the same.
Engifuna ukusho ke mzane Ncube ukuthi ke sophinde sibheke futhi ke kuma cellphone record akho. Kuma cellphone record akho ke ukhona umuntu ke oyowamseva laphana ke njengomshana kaNtuli 4. Inamba yakhe inombolo yakhe ke igcina ngo 1239. Leyo nombolo leyo futhi igcina ngo-1239 nayo futhi iyavela kuma-record kaNtanzi kodwa kuNtanzi-ke igcinwe ngogama elithi Lungisani. Yingakho ngikubuza ukuthi-ke wena njengomncube so bakhona abantu-ke mhlambe-ke obaziyo wena njengomhlawumbe abangani abaziwa wena baphinde futhi baziwe futhi uNtanzi noma bomndeni abaziwa wena baphinde futhi baziwe nguNtanzi ngoba nobabili noNtanzi-ke naye lo muntu lona ugcina ngo-1239 kodwa uNtanzi yena umbhalwe ngomshana wena umbhalwe ngomshana uNtanzi umbhalwe ngolungisana.
Mina umuntu engimazi umshana kaMabhungu.
The person that I know is a niece to Mabhungu.
Ngimazi ngoMabhungu.
I know the person through Mabhungu.
Ukuthi uLungisani angimazi.
That the person is Lungisani is unknown to me.
Ngoba uMabhungu umbiza ngomshana nami wafika wathi malume kimi mangifika kuye manginaye.
Because Mabhungu calls him as Mshana, the niece, and that's how he calls me also uncle.
Uthi malume kuMabhungu nakimi kwathi malume ngoba ungaze ngoMabhungu.
The same person calls Mabhungu uncle, and now he also calls me uncle since I knew the person from Mabhungu.
So uLungisani angimazi.
But I don't know Lungisani.
And by sorry, continue.
Ngikuzwe la ecourt ukuthi uLungisani.
I only heard when I was here in court that his name is Lungisani.
Noma ke number ke qala kwa ukizwa ngale number kwakuthiwa I choose number 5.
And the number, when I first heard about this particular number, it was said to be accused number 5's number.
Cabanga ukuthi yena uLungisani kaLungisani number kufike nabafowethu la.
Ngicela uphinde.
Ukuthi number kaLungisani kufike nabafowethu.
That the number belonged to Lungisani that came from my co-accused.
Now, by Mabhungu that you are referring to, that you know the Mshanantuli for via Mabhungu, is that the Mabhungu Ntuli that you referred to earlier in your interaction with Advocate Munisi?
Manje ke yena ke lo uMabhungu okhuluma ngaye ke uyena uMabhungu Ntuli lo ke ukhuluma ngaye ngaphambilini.
Yebo uyi.
Yes.
And now and I'm going there because I want to follow you so that you don't leave things hanging. In his evidence, Colonel Stein, when he was doing the analysis of all the 5 accused persons' cell phone records, initially said that number, the 1239 number, belonged to Mr. Ntuli. Then Mr. Ntanzi called me to say, inform the colonel that number is not in Ntuli's. That number belongs to Lungisani. I know Lungisani from back home, from Dance, and the person that I've been contacting on that number is none other than Lungisani. And Mr. Ntanzi says he knows him by the same name of Ndwandwe. You recall that evidence?
Uyakhumbula ke lo fakazi lobu ke obabekwa la enkantolo ngale nkathi ke yena uKennel Stein kuyena ke osebenza ke ngawo ke ama cell phone records ke la wenu ngale nkathi futhi echaza ukuthi leyo nombolo ke igcina ngo1239 inombolo yakhe ke umzana Ntuli umzana Ntanzi ke wasengibiza ethi kimi cha ngicela ukuthi ulungise lapha ke ngoba leyo nombolo leyo ke igcina ngo1239 inombolo lo muntu lo mina engixhumana naye lapho le nombolo leyo uLungisani futhi ngimazela le emakhaya ke eNdwandwe. Is that correct?
He knows him by the same name of Ndwandwe.
Umazi ke ngesibongo lesi esikaNdwandwe.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I do recall that.
Now, do you know that Mshanantuli Vo that you saved in your contact book, phone book, by the same name of Ndwandwe as well, or did you hear it here in court?
Manje ke uyamazi ke yena lo Mshana Ntuli Vo lo ke onaye ke cellphone nakho ke ngalesibongo lesi la icourt ebambizwa ukuthi uNdando.
Isibongo nelokuzane negama ngikwazi bengazi ukuthi umshana kaMabhungu.
Okay.
The name and the surname I did not know. The only thing that I knew that he was Mabhungu's niece.
Zingane should manje into ukuthi singaze sibuza nemibuzo eminingi umfana nje yabona okuba kaMabhungu so azange ngilandelele imibuzo eminingi nami ukuthi ngokwabani mangimazi ukuthi hayi umshana lo kaMabhungu ayikuphelele lapho.
He's just a small boy, my lord, and I did not follow like asking questions about surname and all that. The only thing that I knew was that he was Mapung's niece.
And is it also correct, according to your recollection, that the same Mabunguntuli used the cell phone ending with 0821? Do you still recall that?
Usakhumbula ke ukuthi ke naye ke uMabhungutuli ke ubesebenzisa ke cellphone egcina ngo 0821.
Yebo.
Yes.
And did Colonel Stein also at some stage attribute that number erroneously, for that sake, to accused number 5 in his testimony here in court?
Umzane ke Stein ke mhlambe ke wenze iphutha ukuthi leyo number leyo ke ayinikeze noma athi number leyo kamsola ka accused number 5.
Do you recall Colonel Stein on that aspect when he was referring to the number 0821? At some stage, did he or did he not say that number also belonged to Mr. Ntuli?
Usakhumbula ke ufakazi bakhe ke uStein ngalenkathi ekhuluma ngayo ke inombolo ke u0821 azange kusho la enkantolo uStein ukuthi leyo number leyo futhi eyakhe uNtuli.
Noma ngingasakhumbuli kahle kodwa ekuqaleni mayileya lokhuzana isikeshi sakhe ayisidwebile. Wayikhomba ukuthi kaNtuli.
Even though I don't recall very well, however, on the sketch that he had drawn, he showed that the number belonged to Ntuli.
And then he later came and corrected himself to say, in fact, that was an error. Rather, that number belongs to Mambugu Ntuli, who is now a deceased person. Remember that?
Uyakhumbula ke ngalenkathi futhi yena uStein esezilungisa esho ukuthi ke wenze iphutha ke leyo number leyo ke ekaNtuli ke lo ngasekho.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula kodwa ukuzilungisa kwakhe kwase kade kuvele kithi lapha ya.
Yes, I do recall. However, correcting himself was through us, because of us correcting that.
Okay. Like I'm saying, we will come to your cell phone records and the attributions that were made. I just didn't want to leave my earlier question hanging on these aspects.
Uthi ke umzana Ramsipili ke ukhumbula ukuthi uyawachaza wathi siphinde futhi sibuye futhi lapha kuma cell records ngoba ke ubengafuni ukuthi ke mhlawumbe umbuzo wakhe ovelulenge unganasisekela.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mngube, you've sat and listened in this court the evidence in its entirety of Mr. Ntanzi to this effect.
Ubukhona la enkantolo walalela futhi ke ufakazi bekaNtanzi ngalenkathi aqala futhi kuze fika lapha aqeda khona angithi.
Yebo.
Yes.
That I must tell you, and he said that in court even before you came there, that he too does not know you. He has never met you. He has never been introduced to you. Before the 27th of October 2020, he has never heard of the name Mthobisi Prince Mngube or Gadla or Carlos.
Angithi ke naye ke uNtanzi wamuzwa ngalenkathi ke ekhuluma la enkantolo echaza ukuthi ke yena akakaze wahlangana nawe futhi akakaze aziswa wena noma ke yena ke uMthobisi noma yena uGadla noma yena uCarlos ke ngaphandle kwale 27th kaOctober.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you also heard him further when he testified that he knows Mr. Sibia. However, he does not know Mr. Mapisa, including yourself, and Mr. Ntuli as well. He only met the three of you for the first time and saw you for the first time at the Boksburg Magistrates Court on the 27th of October 2020.
Uyakhumbula ke ngalenkathi umzana uNtanzi ebeka la enkantolo yathi ethi ke la ecourt yena umuntu amaziwe kumzana Sibiya kodwa akakwazi wena akamazi umzana Mapisa akamazi noNtuli uye waqala ukunibona ke kokuqala makanibona ngomhla ka 27 October ngo2020.
Yebo.
Yes.
And in that regard, relating to the charges that are leveled against you, he wants me to tell you the following.
Manje ke kulokho ke malana ke namacala ke la uthwese wona ke ufuna manje ngikutshele lokho kulandelayo.
Firstly, that he has never been with you on the 26th of October 2014 at Fosloras, in particular at the following address.
Uthi
One-
ke okay.
Proceed.
Okay. Uthi ke uthanda ukuthi ngikwazise okoqala ukuthi akakaze abe nawe ngomhla ka-26 October ngo-2014 lapho eFosloras kuleli kheli elilandelayo.
13511 Kutwanong Street, Nzamo section, Spruitview, Fosloras. That is the Kumalo household, which is the crime scene where this incident took place.
Uthi ke yena akazange ke aze abe nawe kuleli yakhe elilandelayo ke i-13511 Kutlwano Street Mzamo eFosloras lapho kaKhumalo lapho ke isehlakalo senzeka khona.
Secondly,
Yes.
that he did not see you because he did not know you. He did not see you in possession of any firearm that you used to point, allegedly according to the state's case, the people in the house with and demanded cell phones and money.
Futhi ke ngoba yena esho ukuthi okoqala akakwazi uthi futhi ke azange azakubone wena ngalesibhamu ukuthwa ubusiphethe futhi ke wasukhomba ngaso abantu bebelapha endlini waseke ufuna ukubona ke ama cell phone futhi ke nemali.
He says,
Yes.
number 3, that he was not with you or any of the co-accused, but in particular, he was not with you within the house, the crime scene itself, where there was a struggle, a fight with the people that were in the house on the 26th of October 2014.
Futhi ke uthi ke yena futhi ke okwesithathu akazange yena abe nawe noma ke nabanye ke abasola lapha kulo yamuzi laphana okwaba khona mhlambe ke ukulo khona lapha kulo yamuzi ngomhla ka-26 October ngo-2020.
Furthermore,
Yes.
he does not know how Senzo was shot, who shot Senzo, because he was not there. He does not know who was there.
Uthi futhi ke yena akazi ukuthi uSenzo wadutshulwa kanjani futhi wadutshulwa ubani ngoba yena ube ngekho lapho.
And finally, that he did not take or possess any property, inclusive of a cell phone belonging to Ms. Kholi Khumalo that was allegedly robbed by the intruders who committed this offense.
Manje futhi ke okugcina uthi ke yena akazange aze athathe noma ke atholakale ngezinto njenge cellphone ke le bekakasekheli Khumalo le ukuthiwa ke yathathwa ke abangeneleli abangena ngalolu suku.
And on the final note on this aspect, we will cover them because they form the golden thread of this case. That's the storyline that has been brought here in court for which these charges were formulated against the 5 of you. Finally, he says the following. He is not the second suspect that entered the Khumalo household according to eyewitness testimony of the persons that were inside the house.
Futhi ke sophinde futhi okugcina umeli yabeka ukuthi ke solokhu sikulandela konke ke story lezi ngendlela ke sibekwe ngakhona makwenzakala ngakhona kodwa yena uthi ke akusiyena ke umuntu owaba wangena umuntu wesibili owangena lapha emzini lapha kwaKhumalo.
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. Now let us you at the conclusion of your interaction with Advocate Munisi, you stated that to this day you don't know how you come to be standing in that dock. Perhaps let me assist you. I'm not saying that's how you got there. Let me assist you.
Ngalenkathi ke umzana Mnisi kuyena ke ukubuza imibuzo mase lapho senifike egcineni ke senivala ke lo daba lolu uye wathi wena la enkantolo ke awazi ukuthi ke kuza njani noma ke isiphi izathu ke sikwenza ke wena ume la eboxini namhlanje uthi ke Mr. Ramsipili ke thini ukusiza ngisho ukuthi ke kwenza kodwa thini ukusiza ukuthi yini into okwenza ukuthi usithole uphambi kwenkantolo ke namhlanje.
Brigadier Kininda testified in this court as follows. I'm just giving you a background, then we will expand on that. He testified that he was seconded to head this case as it was not going anywhere in terms of investigations, which was in November 2018.
Thini ngibekele lokhu ke sobeka nje okuningi kodwa thingithi kwamanje ke uBrigadier Gininda ke uye wathula ubufakazi la enkantolo wathi ke kwaba umunye umuntu ke wesibili ke naye owakhethwa ukuthi kube umunye naye ke uphenya kule cala leli ngoba bekuthiwa ke licala leli ke aliphambili alimuva emuva kusukela ngalo November 2020.
And that sometime in 2019,
Please hold Mr.
Sorry,
Mthape.
sorry.
November 2018 or 2020.
Did you say November 2018 or 2020?
November 2018.
November 2018.
And that whilst he was busy with the investigation of this case, he received a call that there was a certain gentleman who had approached the National Commissioner's office claiming to have information relating to the killing of Mr. Senzo Meyiwa.
Waphinde futhi waqhubeka wathi ke ngalenkathi ke esebhizi ephenya ke lecala leli ke kwaba khona ke umlisa ke uthi ke waza kuyena lapha ku obviously national office ke esho lo mlisa ukuthi ke khona ke akwazi yona makho angabatshela mayelana ngena lecala leli kaSenzo ngokubulawa kaSenzo.
And that particular gentleman was Constable Sizwe Skhumbuzo Zungu.
Futhi ke lo muntu ke esikhuluma ngaye ke beku Constable Sizwe Skhumbuzo Zungu.
The long and short of it is that Zungu disappeared for a while, Constable Zungu disappeared for a while, and they had a meeting with him in Kempton Park, that is Brigadier Gininda. At the time he was a colonel, together with a Brigadier Perumal in Kempton Park, where they met Constable Zungu.
Yena ke umlisa ke lona ke Constable uZungu wase enyamalala nje isikhashana kodwa ke kwafika lapho ke yena ke uZungu naye uGininda no Perumal ke baba nomhlangano lapha ke eKempton Park.
Now, at that meeting, the gist is that Constable Zungu tells Brigadier Gininda that there are two names that should be thrown into the pot of the suspects that killed Senzo Meyiwa, and those names are Mr. Sibiya and Mr. Ntanzi.
Kulo mhlangano lowo ke yena futhi ke uConstable Zungu ke uthi kuGininda ke akhona amagama amabili ekumele ukuthi ke abhekisiswe kahle abhekwe lamagama lawo lamagama lawo bantu labayenzwe ke abasola ke lawo bantu lababili sikhuluma ke ngayo Sibiya futhi ke ngayo Ntanzi.
But importantly, we don't know whether the information, and Constable Brigadier Gininda also struggled to clarify whether the information that Constable Zungu told him was personally from the personal knowledge of Constable Zungu or from his father. Hence, Brigadier Gininda insisted on seeing Constable Zungu's father, who is Mr. Absalom Ntantlesi Zungu.
Kodwa ke enye into ke lapho ke ukuthi ke uGininda ke ubengazi kahle hle ukuthi ke le information ke lezayo ke iphuma kuyena siqu sakhe yena uConstable Zungu noma ibuya ke kubaba wakhe yena uAbsalom ngingakho ke uGininda ayafuna ukuthi ke ahlangane ke naye ubaba wakhe yena uAbsalom.
And the end product is that on the 19th of November 2019, Mr. Absalom Zungu deposes to a statement according to Brigadier Gininda. And that statement confirms Constable Zungu that the names Sibiya and Ntanzi must be investigated in relation to the killing of Mr. Meyiwa.
Bese ke mhla ka 19 November ngo2019 uyena umnumzane ke Absalom ke unike Absalom unikeza ke statement esisho ukuthi ngempela ke yena ke usibiya naye uNtanzi bamele ukuthi ke manje baphenywe kuloku bulawa ke kwaSenzo Meyiwa.
And thereafter, the cold case unit, which Brigadier Gininda heads, that is tasked with investigating the Senzo Meyiwa murder case, then that's what Brigadier Gininda calls a cold case analysis on Mr. Sibia and Mr. Ntanzi, leading to the arrest of Mr. Sibia on the 30th of May 2020 and Mr. Ntanzi on the 16th of June 2020.
Manje ke umzane Gininda ke lowe ke bekuyi ophethe ke noma ke umkhulu lapha ke kule ndawo ke cold case unit wase ke eqhubeka ngalecala lika Senzo Meyiwa lapho ke ngempela ke kwase kulethwa yena uNtanzi noSibiya ke uSibiya ke waboshwa ke nge-30 ka June and then uNtanzi nge-16.
Now,
On the 30th ka May.
yeah. Now, investigations are done. Mr. Ntanzi is located, like I'm saying, he's arrested on the 16th of June, and according to Brigadier Gininda, during their interactions with Mr. Ntanzi then makes certain admissions, and from those admissions, your name came up. The essence of this is this. Brigadier Gininda says,
Okay, can I just interpret that?
yes, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Manje ke uyachaza komele ukuthi ke uNtanzi sakhoda uNtanzi ke waboshwa mhla ka 16 June lapho ke umzane uGininda ke embophu uNtanzi ke kwaba khona ke akuvumayo noma akushoyo ke ama admission lapho ke igama lakho nawe la selivela.
And he says, before the alleged, and I'm saying alleged, and I'm deliberating using those words, before the alleged admissions of Mr. Ntanzi, he did not know anything about yourself, Mr. Mapisa, and Mr. Ntuli.
Uyaqhubeka ummeli uthi ke ngaphambi ke kwale ama admission that vele sengiyasho lezi ukuthwa yena uNtanzi ke wazivuma ke uyachaza nabasho ukuthi ke ngaphambi kwaloko ube ngazi lutho ngawe ube ngazi lutho futhi ke ngaye ke umnumzane Mapisa.
And I'm not saying that's the correct connection. Hence, on the 30th of June 2020, there's a knock at your cell that you've got visitors that are interested in speaking to you, and look and behold, it's the team that is investigating this matter.
Mase ke siqhubekela phambili ke mhla ka 30 June ngo2020 eselini lakho lapho ke uyezwa ke kunqonqozwa ke sokunabavakashi abafuna ukubona mawuthuthu uyabheka abavakashi labo obani ke ile thimba ke leli liphenya ke ngaleli cala.
Now, remember, I'm still dealing with that question that you asked rhetorically, that you are still wondering why you are standing in the witness box.
Ungakhohlwa ukuthi ke okwamanje ke ngisabambe laphana ke ngisakhuluma ngalodaba lokuthi lapho uthi wena ke namanje ke usamangela ukuthi ke yini into ekwenza ukuthi nawe ume lapha kwenkantolo.
Now, fast forward, investigations are done, whatever is done, it's on record. Fast forward, the 26th of October 2020, and this is the aspect now that I'm coming to. Brigadier Gininda says, we then, with the evidence that we have, approached a magistrate at the Boksburg Magistrates Court with a statement under oath to say we need a warrant that authorizes us to arrest the following persons: Mr. Sibia, Mr. Ntanzi, Mr. Mube, Mr. Mapisa, and Mr. Ntuli.
Manje ke nakho ke uGininda ke uyaqhubeka uthi ke mathe siqhubeka la phambili uyabeka ukuthi ke sesinabo ke ufakazi ingakho saye sahamba ke saya ke eBoksburg Magistrate Court nale statement lesi ke ukuthi ke basenzele ke iwarrant igunya lokuthi ke labantu abalandelayo baboshwe sikhuluma ngayo Sibiya, uNtanzi, uMaphisa, uNtuli, noMncube.
Did you hear that aspect of the testimony of Brigadier Gininda regarding the application and the issuance of the warrants of arrest on the 26th of October 2020, which is the eve of your first court appearance at the Boksburg Magistrates Court on the 27th of October 2020?
Uzwile ke lobu fakazi ke obathula uyena uMnumzane Gininda ke ngalenkathi echaza ukuthi ke mhla ka26 October ngo2020 baye bahamba ke bayocela ke kwinkosi enkantolo ukuthi ke bayenzele ke wona ke amaphepha agunyaza ukuthi ke labo bantu baboshwe usuku lapho na ke bekungosuku ngaphambi ukuthi emva ngaphambi ukuthi ke nenova lapha enkantolo eBoksburg mhla ka27 October.
Yebo mzwe.
Yes, I did hear that.
And did you also hear his testimony that on the 26th of October, upon those warrants being issued, he then, with his team, went around serving the set warrants of arrest on yourself, Mr. Sibia Ntanzi, Maphisa, and Ntuli. Did you hear that evidence?
Uzwile ke ngalenkathi ithula ufakazi ethi ke bona ke emva kokuthi bathole ke lawo mawaranti ke lawa ke abanikazi igunya lokuthi ke banibophe laba bathola nge26 October baye bahamba ke base baya kunina ke wena Sibia uNtanzi Maphisa noNtuli.
Yebo.
Yes.
Did anyone, Mr. Ncube, serve you with a warrant of arrest whilst you were in custody at the Johannesburg prison on the 26th of October 2020?
Manje ke Mncube ke ukhona ke umuntu ke oye wafika kuwena ngalenkathi laphana ke ejele laseGoli ezokunikeza ke lamaphepha la gunyaza ukuthi uyoboshwe ngomhla ka26 October.
Mina nge26 October iphepha enginikwa lona nginikwa iphepha lama right.
On the 26th of October, the only document that I was given was the document for my rights.
Ilona phepha engalithola.
That's the paper that I received.
Okokuthi ngiyaboshwa ngikuthole nge30 June 2020.
The warrant of arrest I was only given that on the 30th of June in 2020.
Azange nalapho zange kube nencwadi ngatshelwa.
And I was actually not even given a document. I was just told by word of mouth.
Do you know, Mr. Ntuli, perhaps, what a warrant of arrest looks like? Sorry, Mr. Ncube, sorry.
Mnumzane Ncube ke uthi uyomendi ke I warrant of arrest ke uyazi ukuthi into enjani.
Angiyazi ngifuna uqonda nawe.
I don't want to lie, I don't know.
So if that document was handed to you on the 26th of October, you wouldn't even know that it was handed to you.
Manje ke noma uma ngabe ke ubunikeziwe ke yona leyo warrant of arrest ke ye26 October ubungeke uzwazi ukuthi yona I warrant of arrest leyo.
Kuba nganikwa yeza kimi.
If I was given to me personally.
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
Ngabe nginayo. If ungesiyo ilokuzana. Iphepha lama right ngabe nginayo.
If it was given to me, I would have had it in my possession, my lord. If it was not the rights document, I would have had that in my possession.
Ngaze kodwa noma yilo iphepha lama right incwadi yokuboshwa.
I'm not sure if maybe that document that shows my rights is the warrant of arrest.
And in contrast to how the warrant of arrest looks like, do you know what an SAP 14A, the notice of rights, look like?
Manje ke masibuze ukuthi ke manje le phepha lama rights lona yalazi linjani?
Ngiyalazi ngoba nginalo.
Yes, I know that document because I have it.
Now I'm going to ask you, my lord, I'm going to hand to the witness a pro forma. It's not even a pro forma. Unfortunately, I could not locate his particular warrant of arrest that was disclosed to the defense, but I've got the warrant of arrest, a copy of for Mr. Fisto Kutlentuli, Ms. Mishololo. I'll apologize to you for that if I didn't disclose further. I'm just using it for demonstrative purposes to show him. No, that's fine. I'll get the one for Mr. Ntanzi, then I'll show you that, Mr. Mngube.
ngizothola ke phepha lama-rights leli likantanzi ngizokwazi ukukhombisa lona ukuthi-ke phepha lama-rights ke linjani.
Not the notice of rights, the warrant of arrest.
Cha, iphutha leli-ke i-notice of rights.
Yeah, I'll check it at lunchtime. Or Mr. Mnisi will assist me to check yours at lunchtime.
Uthi kuzozama-ke nomnumzane Mnisi ukuthi babheke-ke lona le phepha leli bathi-ke balithola leli lagunyaza ukuthi ukuboshwe wena.
Now, like I say, Mr. Mngube, in order for you to obtain and for the magistrate to issue the said warrant of arrest, he must have a statement from the investigating officer together with the factual allegations that are provable in court that this person that I want you to issue a warrant for me to arrest him has committed the following offenses. And he does that in a statement under oath.
Yazwa-ke mnumzane Mncube kuthi-ke umeli ukuthi-ke umuntu athole-ke lolo phepha leli-ke ligunyaza ukuthi-ke omunye umuntu aboshwe. Okokuqala funeka kube ne-statement-ke esuka-ke ku-investigating officer. Okwesibili kube khona-ke into ekhombisayo ukuthi ngempela-ke lecala leli mangaze-ke lifakwe ekhoti-ke kungaba khona-ke mhlambe-ke ubufakazi obubonakalayo obuphumayo-ke khona lapho.
Lelo phepha lelo kumele litholwe yimi noma.
That document that you're talking about was it supposed to be handed to me, or what was supposed to
The
be?
warrant of arrest.
Ukhuluma warrant of arrest.
Kumele litholwe yimi noma.
The warrant of arrest, when officers come to you to arrest you, they must say, Mr. Mngube, we are here to arrest you on the strength of this document. The law says it must either be displayed to you or where reasonably practical, a copy must be handed to you.
Uyezwa-ke uthi-ke umnumzane Ramusipili-ke uma emaphoyisa eza-ke ne-warrant of arrest kuwena-ke lelo phepha leli eligunyaza ukuthi uboshwe bayafika kuwena bathi-ke mnumzane Mncube-ke nawo amaphepha esinawo-ke asigunyaza ukuthi sikubophe mayelana-ke necala leli elithi kanje-ke kuyofuna bakukhombise lelo phepha lelo-ke uma-ke mhlawumbe futhi kwenzeka kufanele bakunikeze ikhophi yalo futhi lelo phepha lelo.
Now, I'm going to refer you specifically to what Colonel Brigadier Gininda said about you. Sorry.
Kancane angazi. Mina iphepha banginikeza lona nali kimi. Angazi. Nali iphepha banginika lona mina. Abangibonisa lona banginika lona futhi leli.
The accused is showing the document. He says it was shown and also handed to
Bathiwa
him.
ngilisayine futhi.
And he was asked to sign the same.
My Lord, from my vantage point, I can put it that on record, Mr. Mngube is displaying a copy of a notice of right which he extracted from a plastic bag from his possession, my Lord. So the document being talked about that he says he was given, it's a notice of rights, my Lord. Let the record reflect that.
Ngisholo ukuthi-ke
Umndani Ramusipili-ke uyasho ukuthi-ke nkosenkantolo-ke le phepha-ke leli-ke yena-ke uMncube asikhombisa lona-ke ngokuya ngami mangibhekile-ke liyiphepha-ke libizwa-ke leli elisho amalungelo akhe anawo ngokuboshwa.
ngisholo ukuthi alikho iphepha engangaboniswa lona nangatshelwa ngalo ngaphandle kwaleli.
What I'm saying, my Lord, is that there is no other document that was shown or given apart from this one that I have with me.
I'm just looking at the transcript, my Lord, will be that of the 24th of January 2024, and that will be the relevant portion where Brigadier Gininda read his affidavit in support of application for warrant of arrest. If the court can bear with me, I'm looking at the part that speaks about may I approach Mr. Mnisi? sorry, I found it, but it starts at, and I'm referring to the record of the 24th of January 2024 at page 81, just above line 20. That will be from line 18. And then Brigadier Gininda says, he reads from 3.3 of his affidavit, and he says, Mtobisi Prince Mngube, nickname Carlos.
Ngizofunda ke kuma record ke akhe ufakazi baGininda obathula la enkantolo mhla ka 24 January ngo2024 ikhasi ke number 81 line 18 ke lapho ke uGininda ethi ke umthobisi Prince Mncube futhi ke owaziwa ngokuthi uCarlos.
Before we go forward with his statement, do you go by any nicknames, Mr. Mncube?
Wena mnzana Mncube ke khona amanye amagama ke mhlawumbe owaziwa ngayo ama nickname?
Yebo, Carlos nickname yami.
Yes, Carlos is my nickname.
And do you have any other nickname?
Ukhona futhi enye nickname onayo?
Ayi anginaye nye ngoba le abantu beza la ekhotha abathu gadla kusi nickname. Yibongo zami.
I don't have another nickname, but the other name that they called here in court and said Gadla and labeled it as nickname is not a nickname. That's my surname.
Am I sorry? Am I understanding you to say your surname is Gadla Mncube?
Uthi isibongo sakho Gadla Mncube.
No, angazi
The
ngizoyibeka
10
kanjani.
names. Isithakazelo.
Angazi ngizoyibeka kanjani. Shuthi njoba ngiyinsizwa nje.
Yes.
Nenezibongo zami zomtsizwa.
Oh. I'll accept that. That's a different culture from me, but I'll accept what you're saying. I don't dispute that.
Uthi mnzana Ramsipili ke noma ke kungasi isikubo kodwa uzwamukela lokho kushona.
Kodwa nje igama engibizwa ngalo nickname yami ngibizwa ngoCarlos,
But the name that I'm called, then my nickname is Carlos,
not Gadla.
not Gadla.
Okay. And then he continues, Brigadier Gininda, he is linked by means of sworn certified statement in the docket referred to here in above.
Uyasho futhi uGininda ukuthi yena manje ke uhlanganiswa njani la uthi ke kuhlanganiswa ke nestatement esafungela noma sithatha phansi kwesifungo esikhona.
And he further says the involvement of this accused was equally explained in detail in the confession by suspect 2 above.
Uyasho nokuthi ke uthi yena nomsola lo omncube ke wenzeni ke konke echazwe kahle ke umunye ke umsolwa ke umangalela wesibili.
Through investigation of this information contained in the confession, further evidence under oath was obtained as to the suspect's real name depicted above.
Nokuthi ke mangale ngathi ke lokwenza ke ufakazi ke khona ufakazi obunye abatholakala ke ngegama lakhe leli ke likhonjiswayo noma libonakalayo.
And he says it was established that the suspect was a sentenced prisoner serving 35 years in prison for the murder committed in 2015.
Uye waphinda futhi wathi ke yena ke lo muntu lokhulunywa ngaye ke ugwetshiwe vele ke iminyaka engaba 35 years namanje usengaphakathi for icala lokubulala elenzakala ngo2015.
He continues to say ballistic tests revealed that the same firearm used in the murder for which the accused was serving his sentence was used in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Uyaqhubeka futhi uthi ke emabhalithi laba abasebenza ngesibhamu bathi ke isibhamu lesi ke yena lo muntu lo beka serve for 35 years lo yisona lesi esasetshenziswa futhi lesibhamu leso ekubulaweni futhi uSenzo Meyiwa.
Kungaqhubeki nje
Yes.
khona lapho nje.
Before you just continue, just at that point,
Angezi 35 years mina.
firstly, I'm not serving 35 years.
Anukenendo yakwazi lokho ikhadi lami ofika walithatha walibheka mayifika ke mejele.
And Gininda knows about that because when he came to me in prison, he had my card, he took my card and looked at my card.
Lokho nje siyakueda.
That he's just adding what he said.
Yeah, but Mr. Mncube, for the purposes of this trial, in fact, I'm reading this statement as is because the law requires me to read the entire contents to you as Mrs. Mafalediso.
Uyezwa ke-
However, for the purposes of this case, until this court pronounces your guilt here, it's not even supposed to know what how you are standing there. What are you there for? Do you understand me?
Uyezwa ke mnzane Ncube ke ngokuya ngomthetho ke umthetho ufuna ukuthi manje ngikufundele ke konke okwenzeka enkantolo ke ngalobufakazi obathula ke enkantolo ke kuzokufika lapho ke enkantolo ke seyikhipha yona isinqumo sayo. Inkantolo kahle kahle ayimelanga nokuthi yazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngawe ngaphandle ngalokho kwenzakala kule cala leli olumele la enkantolo. Uyazwisisa? I can understand that.
And then he continues to say, upon the accused's arrest for the 2015 convicted murder, a cell phone was seized in his possession.
Uyaqhubeka futhi uthi ke emva kokuthi yaboshwe yena ke umsola lo ke for lelo cala leli lokubulala ke la ka 2015 wase ke ethathelwa ke cell phone.
The cell phone downloads of this cell phone were done.
Futhi ke lapha cell phone ke kwaba khona ke into ezidownloadwayo cell phone leyo.
Photos found on his cell phone memory showed him wearing the same clothing that were identified by witnesses on the day of the incident, as the accused was carrying the revolver entering the house.
Futhi ke uthi ke ukininda ke kula ma download the cell phone kuye kwa download ke isithombe ke kule sithombe lezi ke za download kwatholakala isithombe lapho ke yena ke umsola ke egqoke zona le impahla lezi aba ofakazi baye bathu bezigqokile ngale nkathi ke ebengenelela futhi ke ephethe ke irevolver.
Photos downloaded taken of the accused, photos taken of the accused by him, selfies during the day of 26th of October 2014 matched the description of the suspect, who had a firearm with dreadlocks, big eyes, and a gold tooth.
Futhi ke izithombe lezi ke umsola ke asithatha ngalesuku lelo u26 ka October nabo selfie abathatha ke ziyafana ke nalezi ke lezi indlela abamchaza ngayo ke lo muntu ke ukuthi unama dreadlocks futhi ke unamehlo amakhulu.
This is the suspect that went into the house, made a demand for cell phones and money.
Futhi ke yena lo muntu ke wangena endlini ke wafuna kubona ke ama cell phone futhi nemali.
He is also the same suspect that shot the deceased in this matter during the struggle with him.
Futhi ke uyena futhi ke nomsola ke lo owadubula yena ke umufile icala ngale ngathi ke baloku behoxitsana.
Evidence confirms that he is Zulu speaking.
Ufakazi ke nabo uyasho ukuthi ke lo muntu lo khuluma isiZulu.
In fact, all the accused in this matter are Zulu speaking and knows each other.
Futhi ke uyaqhubeka ukuthi ke bonke ke basola kulicala bakhuluma isiZulu futhi bonke bayazana.
Photos were equally found of the murder weapon used in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Futhi ke nesithombe ikhona futhi isithombe ke noma isithombe ke zatholakala esikhombisa ke isikhali ke lesi sasetshenziswa ekubulaleni ke uSenzo Meyiwa.
A photo containing the exact bag of money similar to the one found in Miss Kelly Khumalo's Khumalo was found.
Futhi ke nesithombe ke esikhombisa ke isikhwama ke semali ke esifana ngamashi naso ke lesi ke sitholakala lapha Kelly Khumalo.
There is also another selfie that was taken by the cell phone of this accused, which shows him having a gold tooth.
Futhi ke khona ezinye izithombe ke lezi ke asithatha zona yena ukuthi ke athatha ama selfie ke esikhombisa ke izinyo ke legolide.
The gold tooth was one of the things that was noted by the witnesses.
Izinyo legolide ke yenye ke izinto ke lezi ke ezashiwe ke ufakazi.
It is imperative to mention that this accused currently does not have the gold tooth as well as the dreadlocks, but evidence shows that he had both in 2014, October 26.
Futhi uyasho ukuthi kubalekile ukuthi ke inkantolo yazi ukuthi ke yena lo msola lo akanalo ke izinyo legolide manje nama-dreads kodwa lapha ke ngo-2014 ke ube nawo izinyo legolide futhi ke yanawo nama-dreads.
Did you hear all of that?
Uzwile konke lokho?
Angikuzwa kahle.
Yes, very well.
Now, this is the vehicle that says arrest Mr. Mngube for the Senzo Meyiwa murder because of the factors that I've read to you.
Konke lokhu ke enyukufundela khona manje ke yikho konke noma ke yizo ke izinto eziyanikeza ke igunya ukuthi hambani ke nombopha ke yena ke umnumzane Mngube.
Yebo ngizwa kahle.
I can hear that.
Do not misunderstand you to say this what Gininda said under oath to the magistrate on the 26th October 2014 is indeed factually true and correct as it relates to you.
Manje ke lokhu ke lento lezi ungaphambanisi lento lezi ke izinto lezi ke ezashuwo uGininda ngale nkathi ke lapha ke enkantolo mhla ka 26 October ngo2014 uthi ke ummeli manje lokho konke lokho engikushilo engikufundile manje engithi shoka uGininda ke kuyahambisana ke nawo zonke lento lezi asishilo.
Ayahambisana.
No, they are not connected to me. Or not the same.
Zange be nezinyo legolide.
I never had a gold tooth
Selokhu ngabakhona nje emhlabeni.
since I was born.
So izinto eziningi lapha ihambisana nje.
So most of the things that are mentioned there are not tallied together.
Usukela nabantu basendlini nje ukuthi bakhuluma izinto ezihambisana nami.
We will interpret them. I want to.
And he's just misquoting the people of the house that they said things that tally with myself.
We will come to that, Mr. Mngube. And what I'm doing here, for the sake of time, I'm not going to repeat and I'm not going to ask you unnecessarily to repeat that which you have told Advocate Munisi. You've said a mouthful and it's on record. I'm here to give a specific color to what information you related to the Honorable Court through the direction of Advocate Munisi.
Uyezwa ke mzana Mncube ke engikwenzayo angeke ngikwenze ukuthi ke mhlambe ke uphinde futhi ke konke lokhu ke mhlambe ke ukushilo ngale nkathi umzana Mnisi kuyena okhuluma ngayo ngoba ngale khathi khona uMnisi ke ukushilo okuningi futhi ke okulingene ke mina engizama ukwenza ukuthi ke ngiveze ke lunye uhlangothi ke la enkantolo ngalokho kwenzekile.
Ayezwa.
I do understand.
For example, do you still stand by your evidence that you are not the suspect or intruder that struggled with Senzo Meyiwa for the firearm, and in that process, Senzo Meyiwa was fatally shot? Do you still stand by that?
Usama kuloko ke ukuthi ke wena awusuyena ke umsolwa ngalosuku lolu lapho ke wena wazithola ke ulokulana wena no Senzo Meyiwa lwelisibhamu khona lapho ke Senzo Meyiwa ke wasedubuleka.
Ngime lapho nje.
Yes, that's where I'm parking. That's where I'm standing.
Now, the second aspect from that which he said under oath, we underline the word under oath. The second one, he says, you spoke isiZulu, and in fact, all of the accused persons spoke in isiZulu. Therefore, by speaking isiZulu, you know each other. What is your comment on that?
Manje ke uthini kuloko ke ikakhulukazi lokho engithi ke konke lokho kukhulume ke phansi kwesifungo.
Yo, sorry, my lord.
Lapho ethe khona ke wena ukhuluma isiZulu. Nabo ke owachoose ke bakho nabo bakhuluma isiZulu. Ngakho ke mangabe ke nonke nikhuluma isiZulu kusho ukuthi ke nonke niyazana.
I apologize for that, my lord. What is your answer to that?
Wena uthini kuloko?
KZN enkulu kakhulu.
My lord, KZN is very big.
Eno KZN kukhulunywa isiZulu.
And it's KZN we speak isiZulu.
Angibazi abantu base KZN bonke.
And I don't know everybody in KZN.
So akusho ukuthi bangikhuluma isiZulu ngizokwazi bonke abafethu laba nginabe court.
It does not mean that since I speak isiZulu, I will know my co-accused who are with me here in court.
So lenda ayikho ayikhuluma yena wayizama ukuthola indlela ukuthi enze lokho akufunayo.
No, he was just trying to find a way of doing his own thing.
Brigadier Gininda further testified that photographs were found in the downloads of your phone, and specifically a photograph of the murder weapon, the firearm that shot Senzo, was amongst the photos that were downloaded from your phone. Did you hear that evidence?
Uzwile ke ngalenkathi uBrigadier Gininda emela inkantolo ethi ke ngalenkathi ke kwenzwa ke ama download ke lapho my cell phone yakho ke kukhona ke futhi nesithombe esikhombisa ke isibhamu lesi esasetshenziswa ekubulaweni ke emuva.
Did you hear that evidence?
Uzwile ke ngalenkathi ethula ekhuluma lo ufakazi lapho inkantolo?
Yebo nguzwile.
Yes.
From the photographs in Exhibit S, we've all seen Exhibit S, whether Mr. Makaza is here or not. We all have got a clear picture of what is contained from photograph 1 to 49.
Manje ke ngokuya ke ngofakazi ke Exhibit S sonke la inkantolo ke lezo sithombe lezo siyasazibona noma ngekho ke mzana Makhaza kodwa le thombe lezi ke soya ku 1 ufika ku 49 sonke siyazazi futhi sonke sizibonile.
Yebo.
Yes.
Did Brigadier Gininda during his testimony stand up from the dock and pointed at a specific firearm from the photo album Exhibit S or any of the extended 770 something photographs to say, my lord, in fact, the firearm that I'm saying is the one that killed Senzo Meyiwa, is this one? Did he do that in court?
Manje ke ngalenkathi ke uBrigadier Gininda ethula ufakazi kukhona lapho ke mhlambe ke ayasuka lapha ke waya lapha kumabona kude wafika wathi inkosi enkantolo kule thombe zonke ezivelayo mhlambe esoqala from 1 to 49 nalezi ezinye eziningi ezingaba u777 lapho ko Gininda wafika wakhomba wathi inkosi enkantolo nasi ke isibhamu nasi ke isithombe ke engikhuluma ngaso lesi siveza yisona ke isikhali lesi ke sabulala ukwenzile lokho.
Azange kwenza.
No, that was not done. He did not do that.
And what is your comment to that allegation that your own device, a cell phone with number ending 8169, contained the exact photo of a firearm that shot and killed Senzo Meyiwa?
Manje ke wena uthini kulokhu ke ukutheni lapha abathiwa khona ke i-cellphone yakho ke le egcina ngo8169 kuma download akhona ke kwavela ke isithombe ke esiveza ke isibhamu lesi ke esakubulala ke umufi ngaso.
Mina ngithi amanga lawo.
I'm saying it's all lies
Ngoba sila icourt isihamba lona icase Senzo Meyiwa.
because since we're here in court that's the case of the case that we are charged with, the Senzo Meyiwa case.
Besofakwa kuso lesi screen sesibone.
That picture was going to be also projected on the screen so that we can also see it.
So amanga lawo indlela ayikhandela yona nje.
So it's just a lie, just fabricating things.
And in his statement, and Mr. Mnisi also took you through this, Brigadier Gininda says there is a photograph of a clear plastic bag with wads of money. And that photograph is found in the downloads of Mr. Mngube, Ms. Kelly Kumalo, Mr. Longwe Twala. And further, he says this. The photograph is found, and I quote him now, in the same exact position, location, or your spot in your phone, as well as that of Kelly Kumalo.
The photograph is finding
Yes.
the same. Okay. Uyachaza futhi ke yena ke umzana Gininda ke ngalenkathi esho ukuthi ke kulesithombe lezi eza downloadwa ke efonini yakho ke kunesikhwama ke esemali esigcwele imali eningi ngaphakathi futhi leso sithombe sona leso esefonini yakho ke siyatholakala futhi ke nase esithombeni zakho Mncube uKelly Khumalo no Longwe Twala aphinde futhi aqhubeke athi ke isithombe lesi futhi tholakala endaweni efanayo ngendlela futhi efanayo emafonini wenu.
Now, before you answer, Mr. Mncube, you answered at length to this question in your exchange with Advocate Muniz. In brief, summarize it. What is your response to this allegation that the cell phone is found in the exact position, location, or in spot in the same way as in the phone of Ms. Kelly Kumalo?
Uthi ke umntwana namsipili ke lo mbuzo lo ngale nkathi umntwana eminise kubuza ke uye waphendula ke wanikeza impendulo ke ende futhi yezwakala okwamanje phela nciphisa nje impendulo yakho ke uthini wena kuloko ukuthi mabathi ke cell phone le ke sithombe kwana lesi sitholakele ke satholakala kuwena nakumncube ke naye labanye futhi endaweni eyodwa ngendlela futhi eyodwa futhi ke efonini leyatholakala emafonini la atholakala ku Kelly Khumalo.
Mina ngasithola ku social media.
I found that photo in the social media.
Kanti futhi okukaGininda nolonga nguzo okukaKelly Khumalo nolonga nguzo ngoGininda azange ngibone izithombe zefoni yabo la.
And about Kelly Khumalo and Longwe, I heard that from Gininda. I did not see from their phones.
Did you share this photograph with Ms. Kelly Khumalo in any way?
Manje ke wena lesithombe leso uyosithumela mhlambe ku Kelly Khumalo.
Ukuba ngangasithumela efonini yami bekuzokule phone yami le khona 205 yami bizoveza phone number kaKelly Khumalo.
If I had sent that picture to Kelly Khumalo, my phone statement, the 205, would have shown Kelly Khumalo's number.
Ngoba ingavezi ifoni kaKelly Khumalo ikhomba khona uKelly Khumalo asazani naye.
Since it does not show Kelly Khumalo's number, it's a clear indication that I don't know him well. We don't know each other.
Azange ngize ngimsendele.
And I did not send her the photo.
Naye azange ngisendele.
And she did not send the photo to me.
Did you share this photograph with worth of money in a bag with Mr. Longwetwala?
Manje ke lesithombe lesi ke esikhombisa ke isikhwama ke esigcwele imali uye wasithumela wena kumnzane Longwetwala.
Okokuqala nje akumazi kwakumazi.
Firstly, I don't even know him.
Azange ngize ngimsendele.
And I did not send him the photo.
Naye azange futhi ngisendele.
And in return, he also did not send me the photo.
And you said in your answer, what is the source of this photograph? You said you found it where?
Uthe manje ngale nkathi unika impendulo yowathi sithombe leso sithole kuphi?
Social media.
Social media.
And by that answer, should I understand you in the following way? That this is an image that was downloaded from the internet or social media, as you say, that many other unrelated people will possess.
Manje ke uma ke mhlambe ngikuzwa kahle uthi wena lesithombe lesi ke lapha ku social media isithombe ke singathola noma ubani nabantu ke abangazi lutho ngalecala leli.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
Social media wonke umuntu.
Yes, because social media is for everyone.
And Brigadier Gininda, in respect of this aspect of the money bag, he testified as follows, and I'm quoting him, that there is no reasonable explanation why Kelly Khumalo would share the same image of a bag full of money with you, that is, and he said, with the killers of his boyfriend.
Ubrigadier Gininda ngale nkathi ke thulufakazi ke uye wathi ke ngithatha ngibeka amagama uthe ke ayikho ke incazelo ke engazwakala noma ke engamukeleka ukuthi kungani uKelly Khumalo angaba nesithombe ke esifanayo nabantu ke ababulale isoka lakhe.
The question now will be this: did Brigadier Gininda tell the court as to his basis to say Kelly Khumalo shared a photograph of a bag of money with the killers of his boyfriend?
Ubrigadier Gininda ke uye wachazela enkantolo ukuthi ke ukususela laphi lokho ukuthi ke uKelly Khumalo uye wathumela noma ke washara ke lesithombe lesi ke nabantu esinemali.
Ngicela ungiphendele.
Can you please repeat?
Did Brigadier Gininda, because he says Kelly Khumalo shared the same image of a bag full of money with the killers of her boyfriend.
Uthe ngithi manje ungakhohlwa uye wathi Brigadier Yagininda ukhele ukhumalo uye wathi ke wathumela noma washare ke isithombe ke esinemali esithumela ke abantu ababulala ke isoka lakhe.
Now, my question is this. Did Brigadier Gininda expound and explain to the court the basis on which he formed this assertion that you and Kelly Kumalo, or the killers of Kelly Kumalo's boyfriend, shared a bag full of money photo with Kelly Kumalo?
Manje ke uBrigadier Gininda ngalenkathi ethula ubufakazi ke uyawanikeza mhlambe incazelo la inkantolo ukuthi ke kungaba yini izathu ukuthi ke uKelly Khumalo ke athumele noma ashare ke lesithombe lesi esicwele esinesikhwama esicwele imali.
Cha, zangachaza.
No, he did not expand or give an explanation.
Now, in this affidavit, Brigadier Gininda testifies that the investigations revealed that Kelly Khumalo is linked to the actual perpetrators of the murder by means of phone linkages, and that these linkages specifically connect her to accused number 3, that is yourself, and to accused number 5. That's what he wrote in that affidavit in support of an application for warrant of arrest, that cell phone linkages link Kelly Khumalo to yourself and Mr. Ntuli. What do you say to that?
Uthini kuloko ke lapho Gininda echaza khona ethi ke uhlangana uKelly Khumalo ke ukuthi ahlanganise ke naba nalabantu labo sikhuluma ngayo accused number 3 and number 5 udaba lama cell phone.
Into engekho ngoba la court azangizivele leyo nto leyo.
It's something that is non-existent because it was not placed before court.
And you earlier on to a different answer replied in the following manner, that if there were any telephone linkages showing that you shared the cell phone, the photograph of money with Miss Kelly Khumalo, that was going to be evidenced by the connection, the cell phone connection, and you say that because there is no such and that you don't know Kelly Khumalo, therefore such an allegation is baseless. Remember that.
Yakhumbula ke ngalenkathi ke unikeza ke impendulo la inkantolo ngalenkathi ke usho ukuthi ke manje ke akukho ke mhlambe ke isithombe ke noma ke lesi esathunywa phakathi kwakho nayo Kelly Khumalo esikhombisa imali ngoba into enjalo ke ayizange izenzeke.
Yebo.
Yes.
And Brigadier Gininda further testified that, I just want to finalize this point to its, he says, and we'll see that when he now deals with the involvement of Kelly Khumalo, when he was attempting also to get a warrant of arrest issued in respect of Miss Kelly Khumalo. He says the following, that there were 4 cell phone numbers that Miss Kelly Khumalo failed to disclose to the investigating team that they found later. Did you hear him say so?
Umzule ke ngalenkathi ke uBrigadier Gininda ke naye ngalenkathi ethula ubufakazi ngalenkathi echaza ukuthi ke ngalenkathi naye befuna ke incwadi le egunyaza ukuthi Kelly Khumalo ke naye aboshwe uye wathi futhi ke kuyo kwaba khona ama cell phone number amane lapha ke uKelly Khumalo ke ngalenkathi ke ebuzwa ngawe angazange azanikeze ke lamaphoyisa aphenyayo ukuthi ke lawo ma number lawo obani uzule ngalokho ngalenkathi akusho Gininda.
Do you recall when Brigadier Gininda and also to some extent Colonel Stein testified to say, but this is contained, what I'm telling you is contained in Brigadier Gininda's affidavit in support of an application for a warrant of arrest against yourself. But Colonel Stein as well, when he was doing the analysis, the section 205 of Kelly mentioned this factor, that Miss Kelly Khumalo had 4 numbers that she failed to disclose to the investigative team of this matter, but they nonetheless discovered those numbers.
Uthi ke umendi ke yakhumula ngalenkathi uBrigadier Gininda ethula ufakazi ekhuluma ngale daba lokuthi ke ngalenkathi ke efuna ke lamaphepha agunyaza ukuthi ke kuyoboshwa ke yena uKelly Khumalo ngithi uyachaza futhi Gininda uthi ke bekhona futhi amanye amanombolo ayi4 lapha kuKelly Khumalo. Lapho uKelly Khumalo ke aye ahluleka ukuthi ke abatshele ngawo namanombolo leyo. Asuye kuphela ukuthi nayo uKelly nayo uKennel Stein nayo ngale nkathi ke enza ke uphenyo ke ngawo ama cellphone record baye bagcina bawathola ukuthi lawa number la ayi4 la uKelly bengakwazi ubatshela ngawo ama number amaphi noma wabani.
Yebo.
Yes.
Mr. Mnube, let us pause it there so that we can go ahead and have refreshments and everybody else. My lord, it's struck the 1 p.m. hour. May we take the long adjournment.
Sasengaphansi kwesifungo Mnumzane Ncube.
Yebo.
As the court persists, my lord. Mr. Mncube, before the lunch adjournment, we were busy with one of the allegations that were put by Brigadier Gininda in his affidavit in support of a warrant of arrest for Ms. Kelly Khumalo. And I said we'll deal with that in detail. But we were at this point where he says there were 4 numbers, cell phone numbers, that were belonging to Ms. Kelly Khumalo, which she withheld or did not disclose to the investigative team, but in any event during investigations, those numbers were revealed and recovered. Remember that?
Mnumzane Ncube usakhumbula ke ngaphambi ukuthi sihambe siyodla lethatha kulo daba lelo likhuluma ukuthi ngale nkathi uBrigadier Gininda ke eyocela ke incwadi egunyazayo ukuthi ke ukuthi umboshwe ke khona amanye amanombolo kayi4 ke labe wakhona uKhelly Khumalo angazange ke aze mhlambe abachazele ngawo noma abatshele ngawo kodwa egcineni bagcina bakwazi ukwathola ke lawo manombolo.
Yebo.
Usakhuluma ngalokho?
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I still recall that.
And those numbers were first, before Brigadier Gininda testified, placed on record by Colonel Stein, and the numbers are as follows.
Lawo manombolo ke sikhuluma ngawo ke ngaphambi ukuthi uBrigadier ke Gininda naye akhulume ngawo ke umuntu waqala ukukhuluma ngawo ke Colonel Stein nawo amanamba khona ke ayalandela.
The first one is 079 494 8773.
Eyokuqala ke nombolo ke u079 494 8773.
The second one is 073 451 5017.
Eyesibili ke u073 451 5017.
The third one is 073 388 6730.
Eyesithathu ke u073 388 6730.
And lastly, 061 456 2104.
Eyogcina ke u061 456 2104.
The reason I raised this point, it was on that point, remember, where Colonel Brigadier Gininda says there is no reason for Ms. Kelly Khumalo to share the images with the killers of her boyfriend, remember?
Isizathu sokuthi ke ngiphakamise lo daba ukuthi ke uBrigadier Gininda ethi ke asikho ke isizathu sokuthi ke umzali uNkosazana Khumalo ke athumele noma athumelane isithombe ke nabantu ke ababulala ke isoka lakhe.
Yebo.
Yes.
And I was doing this for clarity's and completeness sake, that in any event, is it your testimony that even these 4 numbers of Ms. Kelly Khumalo, you have never seen them, you've never contacted them, in fact, you've never contacted Ms. Kelly Khumalo?
Ngikwenza lokhu futhi ukuthi manje ngizokwazi ukuthi ngiveze isithombe ke sibonakala kahle ke usasho wena ukuthi ke wena lama number nawo wonke la swabizile la i4 akaze waxhumana nawo akaze waxhumana noma ke awukaze futhi wabona futhi lawo manamba lawo.
Azange ngize ngiwabone, azange ngixhumane nawo. Angiwazi futhi.
I've never seen these numbers, never have I ever contacted them, and I don't know the numbers.
Kwamnikazi wawo ngimazi.
I don't even know the owner of the numbers.
Now, Colonel Gininda, so sorry, why do I keep on calling him by his old title? Brigadier Gininda testified that when he inherited this investigation and he perused the entire investigation, he believed initially that this was a robbery gone bad, but once he had now sunk his teeth into the investigations, he then came to the realization that this was not a robbery gone bad, but this was a murder for hire. It was a contract killing.
Uyakhumbula ke ngale nkathi ubrigadier Gininda naye ke ethula ufakazi la enkantolo lesho ngale nkathi ke sekathatha yona le case lena ke kube uyena ophenyayo ke uthi ke eqaleni nakathola licala leli ke ubekucabanga nje ukuthi ke mhlambe la kubanjwa inkunzi nje ukungazange nje uhambe kahle kodwa uthi uma ebukisisa kahle wabona ukuthi cha akusona ilona inkunzi eyahamba kahle nje phela ke ubulawa komuntu ke wathengwa labantu ukuthi abulawe lo muntu.
And in amplification thereof, he says the following, that the cell phones of Ms. Kelly Khumalo, as well as her sister Zandile Khumalo, were downloaded. And from Kelly Khumalo's downloads, the text messages or WhatsApp messages were downloaded. And he says the following.
Uyaqhubeka futhi ke uthi ke ama cell phone ke sikhuluma ngayo cell phone eyakhe ke uKelly Khumalo naye ke udadewabo kozanile Khumalo wonke ke a downloada ke bathola imilayezo nama message ye WhatsApp ke la alandelayo.
And I'm quoting from the affidavit that he deposed to. There is also communication records between her and her sister shows that as early as 2013, she wanted to get rid of the deceased, as she puts it clearly on the WhatsApp messages.
Khona ke umunye umlayezo lo umzana kaMsipili ke awufundayo la enkantolo ke otholakala ngale nkathi bedownloada yona imilayezo ke umlayezo khona ke ungaphakathi kwaKelly Khumalo ke nosisi wakhe ke uthi umlayezo yobonakala ukuthi usukela ngo2013 vele uKelly Khumalo ke obesefuna nje uqeda naye yena ke isoka lakhe.
Did you hear his testimony on that aspect?
Ngizula ngale nkathi esho lokho.
Yebo.
Yes, I did.
And I'm not going to bother you with those messages. We read them on record and they've got nothing to do with you. You will agree?
Uyavumelana ukuthi manje ngize ngikhuluma okuningi ngala ngalokho bekwenzakala ngoba ke into engafakiwe nalapha. Uyavumelana nalokho?
Yebo.
Yes.
But the essence is this. She says the motive for the killing of Mr. Robert Senzo Meyiwa is that Kelly wanted to get rid of Mr. Meyiwa, and in fact that Kelly is the trigger point. He used that word, trigger point, not mastermind. He kept on saying trigger point of the whole incident. Did you understand him too?
Uyaqhubeka futhi ke uGininda uthi ke inhloso ke inhloso ukuthi ke manje yena uKelly befuna vele ukuthi manje amsuse ke uSenzo Meyiwa ke wase embika ukuthi ulona ukuthi uKelly lo bekuyi trigger mind wasebenzisa igama leli elithi ke trigger point.
Now the question emanating from this, what I've espoused now, is the following. Did you, Mr. Mngube, participate in any contract to murder Mr. Meyiwa?
Manje ke umbuzo wami uthi ke wena nje uMncube kanje ke unasisandla ke noma kule contract ke leyaphuma ukuthi ke kubulawe ke yena ke uSenzo Meyiwa?
Cha, anginasandla lapho.
I don't have.
Did you, Mr. Mngube, receive any benefit, be it cash, be it in kind, or in any other form as a result of the killing of Mr. Meyiwa?
Manje ke wena ke njengoba uMncube ke khona ke mhlambe ke owafumbathiswa khona ke mhlambe ke kufana nemali noma ke ukubonga noma ngendlela thize ngokubulawa kwaSenzo Meyiwa?
Ayikho into angayithola ngazi lutho nangokufa kwakhe.
I did not get anything and I don't know anything about his death also.
And Brigadier Gininda has further testified that, not testified, but in his affidavit in support of a warrant to be issued against Ms. Kelly Khumalo, says, Ms. Kelly Khumalo, after the killing of Mr. Meyiwa, went for a ritual cleansing. And so did you. And by you, he's referring to all the accused persons before court. Did you hear that evidence?
Uzwela futhi ke naloko kwakhulunywa ke ngale futhi ukhuluma lapho ku-affidavit ngale nkathi esho ukuthi emva kokuthi ke manje ke uSenzo Meyiwa ke sekabulewe unkosazana ke ukhela ukhumalo ke nawe noma nina nonke nahamba ke lapho niyogezwa khona.
Now the question is this: did you, Mr. Mncube, know about the exact date when Senzo Meyiwa was killed? Did you participate in that killing? And after that killing, did you go to any spiritual, religious, or traditional healer to get cleansed as a result thereof?
Manje ke wena Mncube ke uyalazi ke usuku lapho uSenzo Meyiwa abulawa ngalo emva kokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa ke wena ke nabanye nasenihamba ke endaweni enthizo mhlambe kumprofeta noma ke isangoma noma ke inyanga lapho ke niyogezwa ke nikususwe ke lawo mabhathi.
Angihlangani nje nokufa kwaSenzo.
I have no hand.
Ayikho into engiyaziyo ngokufa kwakhe nokuthi kwenzakalani ngaliphilanga
I
ngazi.
don't have anything that I know about his death or when he died or anything concerning his death, my lord.
And Brigadier Gininda testified further that the robbed cell phone of Miss Khumalo, Kelly Khumalo, that was taken either from Kelly Khumalo herself or her mother, Miss Gladness Makhumalo. They call it the runaway phone in this court, right? Was picked up through the cell towers and it lost its signal in the vicinity of a phosphorus hostel. Did you hear that evidence?
Uzwile ke ngale nkathi ke ufakazi baseqhubeka ukuthi ke cellphone ke yona le kaMakhumalo ke le bayibiza ke la icourt bayinikeza igama ke bathi ke runaway phone. Leyo phone le ke khuluma ngayo ke le yathathwa ke yabanjwa ke umbhoshongo ke wale phosphorus kodwa ke yase iphelela khona lapho isignal yakhona. Uzwile ngale nkathi ufakazi lo ubekwa la icourt?
Yebo ngizwile.
Yes, I did hear that.
And when he testified on this aspect, Brigadier Gininda did not tell this court which specific cell tower that alleged runaway phone lost signal at. He only said in the vicinity of a hostel in Phosphorus.
Ngale nkathi ke yena lo kathula ufakazi lapho ke uBrigadier Gininda akazange aze asho no ukuthi ke manje ke i-cellphone le ibanjwa ke umuphi umbhoshongo uthende phela ke khona ngalapho nje ePhosphorus. Uzwile makasho lokho?
Yebo ngizwile.
Yes, I did hear that.
Now, did you, Mr. Mncube, on the 26th of October, have possession, custody, and control of any cell phone belonging to Ms. Kelly Khumalo?
Manje ke wena mzana uNcube mhla ka 26 October kuyokwenzeka yini ukuthi ke kube wena kube ne cellphone noma ihlale kwa le cellphone leke i-cellphone lesikhuluma ngayo kuyeka nkosazana Khumalo?
Ayikho nje into engihlanganisa mina nawaKhumalo.
Nothing, there's nothing, my lord, that really connects me with the Khumalos.
Ayikho into engihlanganisa nefoni yawaKhumalo.
Even their phone,
Ayikho into engihlanganisa noKelly Khumalo.
even Kelly Khumalo herself.
Angazi lutho nana kuba ngazi.
I don't know where she resides or where is her home.
Brigadier Gininda then testified further regarding this runaway phone that since the 26th of October 2014, when it lost signal at around 21:52 in the vicinity of that, according to him, undisclosed hostel cell tower, it has never been recovered to date and it was never switched on again. Did you hear that evidence?
Uzwile ke ngale nkathi uGininda ke esho ukuthi le cellphone le kuthiwa ke bahamba nayo noma ke babaleka nayo le bizwa ngokuthi ke runaway phone ke uyachaza ukuthi ke ngazo ke lapho i-26 October ngo-2014 isikhathi ke 21:52 lapho ke ingazange ikwazi ukubamba ke umbhoshongo kodwa iveza khona ngalapho ngase hostel uthi le cellphone namhlanje ke katholakala futhi ke emva kwalokho ayizange futhi le cellphone le izilayitwe futhi noma ikhanyiswe futhi. Uzwile makasho lokho?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, Brigadier Gininda testified further that, like I said, he says this is a contractual killing, so therefore there must be a plan and deliberation to attain the objects of that planning. He says the planning and deliberation of the murder of Mr. Meyiwa was done at a hostel. Did you hear that?
Uzwile ke ngale nkathi uGininda echaza ukuthi ke lo kubulala ke bekubulala ku-contract bakhona abantu abathengiwe uma kunjalo ke kufanele kube neplan ukuthi kuhlalwe phansi ukuthi ke kukhulule ukuthi kuzoyenziwa kanjani. Uye wathi uGininda ke ngale nkathi kuhlelwa ke lo kubulala kamenziwa ke lokhu kuhlela kwakhona konke lokho kwenziwa ke hostel. Wamuzwa ngale nkathi esho njalo?
Yebo ngazi.
Yes.
Now the question again, Mr. Mngube, is this: did you, Mr. Mngube, personally attend any meeting at any hostel
Manje
where the murder of Mr. Meyiwa was discussed, planned, and agreed upon?
manje ke wena ke mnumzane Mncube uthi ke umbuze ke kuye kwenzeka ukuthi ke wena Mncube ke ube ke nomhlangano ehostela nathize lapho ke nahlala khona nakhuluma futhi nahlela ukuthi ke uzobulawa kanjani umuntu.
Sidalo azange nje.
Not at all.
Awukho umhlangano ngangawenza mina.
There's no meeting that I held or attended.
Now the state has closed its case, and during the presentation of their case, did the state, you were here in court, did they adduce any witness that says, I am privy, I was present, I overheard 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 discussing, planning, and agreeing on the murder of Mr. Meyiwa?
Manje ke umbuso nawo ke usuqedile ukubiza ke ofakazi bawo la enkantolo kodwa ke uthi ke umnumzane Ramsipili ke nawo bukhona la enkantolo uzule konke okusho ukhona mhlambe ke ufakazi ke oyowalethwa umbuso la enkantolo ke owafika la enkantolo wathi ke mina bengikhona ngazibonela futhi ngezwa ngale nkathi ukuhlelwa ke nokuhlelwa komsola oqala nowesibili nowesithathu nowesinahlanu ukuthi ke usenzo lo uzobulawa kanjani.
Ayi azange ngize ngimbone la ecourt.
No, I did not see such a witness here in court.
And in that affidavit, in support of an application in terms of Rule 43 for the arrest of Ms. Kelly Kumalo, Brigadier Gininda says, and I quote him here, he says, under oath, revealed that 6 suspects actively participated in the planning and execution of the contractual murder of Senzo Meyiwa at the directive of Kelly Kumalo.
Kuyo i-affidavit yakhe uBrigadier Gininda ngale nkathi ke eyocela ke incwadi egunyeza ukuthi ke manje kuyoboshwa Kelly Kumalo uyasho ke phansi kwesifungo uthi ke abasola ke bayisithupha ibona ke baba nesandla ekuhleleni nokuplana ukubulala yena ke umufi.
Yebo.
Did you hear him that, and what is your comment on this aspect that 6 suspects actively participated in the planning, deliberation, and execution of Mr. Meyiwa's murder, and that the trigger point is Ms. Kumalo?
Manje wemithini kuloko akushiwo ke uGininda ukuthi ke abasola ke bayisithupha ibona ke banesandla ibona abahlela ibona ke abayenza wonke amalungiselelo ukuthi ke abulawa uSenzo Khumalo kodwa ke umuntu ke okuyena ke uye wathumela ke uKelly Khumalo wemithini kuloko.
Ayi esidini lami nje ngoba kufakwa nami phakathi kuleyo nto leyo into nje story ekhandwayo.
On my side, since I'm also being involved in what they are saying, but for me it's just something that they are forming, just a story that they are forming.
Into engazange yenzeke leyo ngakwelami side.
On my side, it's something that never happened.
Now, let us go to a different aspect, Mr. Mngube, which is the testimony of Constable Zungu.
mase siqhubekela phambili ke siye kolunye ke uphawu ufakazi bakhe ke uConstable Zungu.
Sorry, my lord, may I approach Mr. Ngumalo? Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted. Now, you have testified, Mr. Ngube, that the first time you saw Constable Sizwe Skhumbuzo Zungu was when he ascended that dog on the 7th of September 2023 to give evidence in this court. Is that correct?
Kunjalo ukuthi ke uye wathi ke wena ke uqale ukumbona yena ke Constable Zungu ngalenkathi naye engena la ecourt kule bhokisi obekulona nawe ke mhla ka 7 September ngo2023 ngalenkathi yena ezothula ufakazi.
Yebo unjalo.
Yes, that is correct.
And you have also testified that Constable Zungu, when relating his story, and I'm deliberating using that word story, not evidence, when he related his story, amongst others, he says, you were mentioned at the hostel when you were introduced to him by Gwabeni as Carlos, as Gadla, as Butelezi Boy, as Tobisin, and you said that, he said, he mentioned you with an alphabet soup full of all of your names.
Ngalenkathi ke uyena uGininda ke esho ke istory sakhe ayenze ngithi ufakazi ngizobizwa ukuthi ke kuyistory nje akusho ke uthi ke ngalenkathi ke yaziswa wena ke lapha ehostel ke uye wabizwa ke ngamagama wonke onawo Carlos Gadla Butelezi Boy.
And I'm not going to repeat it. Under your interaction with, or during your interaction with Advocate Muniz, you testified that you are not a Butelezi Boy and you gave the reasons for that, correct?
Manje ke anyenze mhlawumbe ngingenele kakhulu lapho kodwa ke ngalenkathi ke Advocate Muniz ke kuyena obuza imibuzo ke wena uye wachaza wathi ke wena usiyena uButelezi Boy.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, during your evidence, you denied everything that Constable Zungu said, and I'm not going to repeat. It's on record that you were at Basotho Hostel from the time you arrived at 3 until way after the hour of 2100 when he saw you, accused number 1 and 2, coming to the room of Gwabeni, he leaving, and all of that transpired, the gathering that they had with the homeboys. I'm not going to repeat that. You've denied that in as far as it pertains to you, that is a fabrication and pure lies, because you were not there, you do not know him, you do not know accused number 1, Mr. Sibia, you do not know accused number 2, Mr. Ntanzi, and furthermore, your first contact with accused number 5 was after the effect later in the evening at the George Koch Hostel. Is that correct?
Manje ngeke futhi ngingenelele kakhulu kodwa ke wena ngokuya ngawe ke uyakuphika ke okuningi okwashiwo uyena ke uZungu ngalosuku lethula ufakazi ngalenkathi ekhuluma ukuthi ke benonke lapha eBasotho Hostel kusuka ngo3 beka lapha eBasotho Hostel ukuze azafika nabanonke kuza kushaya bo9 wena nomhlola wokuqala ngesibili sikhuluma ngayo isibiya nentanzi lapho enafika khona lapha ke endaweni ka kwaGwabeni nafike nahlala uthi konke lokho into abazenzela yona into ke engazange nje iziyenzeke.
Into engekho nje.
Yes, it's just a fabrication.
Engazange zenzeke.
It did not happen.
Now, you see, in order to really pierce the veil of the testimony of Constable Zungu, and that's what I'm going to argue. So in my submission, and I'm going to take you through that, we must also go to his written statement.
Ukuthi ke sikwazi ukuthi ke singenelele ngaphakathi ke ebufakazini bakhe ke kufuneka futhi manje siphinde futhi sibuyele futhi la ku statement sakhe yena ke uZungu.
And
Yebo.
to do that, I'm not going to take you through the whole statement. It was also read on record, I think, even by myself. So I'm not going to take you to that. I'm going to sample the important aspects that I want to take with you
Anyeke
to
ngize-
show you his telling of his story to the team of Brigadier Gininda, having watched the proceedings from 2022 until 30 May 2023, then he deposes to that statement where he tells the police his story.
manje ke anyenze ngifunde ke sonke ke futhi statement ngiqalile phansi kodwa ke ngizokuthatha ke phela ngikubeke kulento lezi engithanda ukuthi ke mhlambe singakhuluma ngazo ke uma ke yena manje sekanikeza manje ngestory sakhe ke bekuwumuntu ke obonayo konke okwenzakalayo ke sukela ngawo 2022 kuze kube i-30 zika May ngo-2023 emva kalokho manje sekukhona buya manje sekanikeza yena esakhe ke statement.
And I'm going to direct you to paragraph 5 of his statement, where he states that around 9 p.m., he noticed Muzisibia, Mafika, and in brackets, Sandison Tanzi,
Ngizokuthatha ke ngikuse lapha paragraph 5 ngale ngathi ke uyasho ukuthi ke kusukela ngabo 9 p.m. ngalolo suku lolo ke uyawabona ke uMuzisibiya uMafika ke ngaphakathi kwama paragraph ke lawo kwama brackets wathi ke uSindiso Ntanzi
Sandiso,
manje
Sandiso.
Sandiso
Sandiso Ntanzi, and Nkani, and in brackets, Fiso Kuhle Zungu Ntuli, in brackets,
wabona futhi nonkani ngaphakathi kwama brackets ke ukuthi ke uSifiso kuhle uZungu Ntuli
walking after each other to Gwabini's bedroom, coming from outside.
behamba ke belandelana baya ke erumini kaGwabeni besuka ke ngaphandle.
Now, before we delve into that, he was taken to task because of these names that he mentioned that he saw coming from outside around 9 extensively by Advocate Mnisi.
Ngaphambi ukuthi siqhubeke ke wala lamagama lawa ayawasho la enkantolo kwaphuma ngayo ke umngane umnisi ke cha uyawumuthi nje ke ngemibuzo kakhulu futhi ke malana nalokho.
And he scurried, he ducked and dived, and hid behind the typist and said, here, if I wanted to say Y, I wanted to say K. So that is the typist error that where Mr. Ntuli is mentioned, I actually wanted to say you, Mr. Mngube.
Manje ke ngalenkathi ke eloke efakwa imibuzo ke ubeloke egquma ke waze wasifihla ke emva ukuthi ke iphutha ke lenziwe ke uyena umuntu lo bekabhala ngoba uthi ke yena lapho kubhalwe khona ke uNtuli kahle ubefuna ukubhala noma kubhalwe ukuthi Mncube kushiwe wona.
Now here I want you to comment on the first aspect that I said, to say that at around 9 he says, I saw Mr. Sbia, Mr. Ntanzi and Mr. Ntuli going into Gwabeni's room coming from outside.
Uyasho ukuthi ngifuna ukuthi manje wena uphendule kuloko ukuthi ke uthi ngabo 9 ke uyawubona ke yena uSibiya wabona ke futhi uNtuli belandelana noNtanzi kulandelana ke baya ke ekamelweni leli kaGwabeni.
Into nje engekho le engazange ziyenzeke.
This is just a fabrication. It never happened.
Into yakhe nje wenogena indaba ekhanda.
It's just him Gininda and his team, something that they fabricated, made up.
Now to show you that threat, where one name is said in the statement and in viva voce evidence in court, it is replaced with another under the guise of typist error.
Manje ke engizama ukukhomba kona ukuthi ke kunegama elishowo kukhulunywa ngalo ke ku statement kodwa ke uma sekuthula ufakazi la enkantolo sokushiwo elinye igama kodwa ke angayimeli lento leke enzeni ke abeke icala ke kumuntu lo watype ke noma ke owashaya lamaphepha la ngemshini yakhona yokubhala.
And Mr. Mnube, I'm painstakingly doing this, not out of wasting time. We're going to argue this case, and we're going to argue credibility of all the parties that are role players in this case.
Mnumzane Mncube ke ngithanda ukuthi wazi ukuthi ke lokho ngikwenzayo ke angikwenzi nje ngoba mhlambe ngifuna ukuchitha isikhathi. Cha, uma ke sesifike emaphethelweni ke sizobhekela enkantolo ukuthi ke ofakazi ke laba ababizwa la enkantolo ngumbuso ke abofakazi ke abangazange babeke iqiniso ecourt.
Now, still on paragraph 5 of his statement, he stated, Constable Zungu, inside Gwabini's room, he saw Muzi hand Gwabini a .38 special firearm and Nkani handing Gwabini a 9mm firearm. But before you comment again, Mr. Mngube, he then again, when he's confronted by Mr. Mnisi and the rest of my colleagues about those apparent discrepancies in his viva voce evidence, in the statement that he deposed to under oath, he hides behind the mask of the typist. Do you want to comment now on this, that he saw Mr. Sibia handing a .38 special firearm to Mr. Gwabini and Mr. Ntuli handing a 9mm, but then in court he says, no, by the way, it's not Mr. Ntuli, it is you, Mr. Mngube, who was handing the 9mm to Gwabini. Do you want to comment on that?
I think that was just too long for me.
Okay. I said I want to expose this threat, Ms. Koza, of Constable Gwabini. I mean, Constable Zungu, sorry, no, sorry. Of Constable Zungu. Of him deposing to a statement.
Ngifuna ukuthi ke manje ngiveze ke lokho ke lapho ke uConstable Zungu enza ke istatement.
And in that statement he says he saw what he saw on the 26th of October 2014 in Gwabeni's room.
Akubona ke mhla ka 26 October lapha eroomini noma ekamereni kaGwabeni.
But in his statement he mentions names of accused persons performing certain roles.
Kodwa ke statement sakhe ke ukhuluma ke ngabasola labo izinto abazenza.
But when he comes to court, he retracts and changes those names. And throughout, the reason why I'm putting this to you is that he changes the names of the original people that he mentioned in the statement to replace them with you.
Manje ke kodwa ke uma ke sekafika la ecourt akwenzayo manje akasami kuloko akushilo ngaphambili statement sakhe ukuthi amagama ngobani. Lamagama la bekasho statement manje sekayasusa manje ufaka manje igama lakho lapho bekafaka amagama laba abanye ngaphambilini khona.
Now, do you understand?
Uyezwa lokho?
Now, I'm saying, do you want to comment where now he says in his statement that he saw Mr. Sibia handing 3.38 special firearm to Gwabeni, and he saw Mr. Ntuli handing a 9mm to Gwabeni, but yet in court he comes and says, no, by the way, this is a typist error. I meant to say for Ntuli Mngube. Do you want to comment on that?
Khona ufuna ukusho kuloko akushoyo ukuthi ke kunalapha ethi yena ke uyawabona ke yena ke umswala kumnyaka anikeza ke uGwabeni isibhamu bese su 38 aphinde futhi ke athi ke uyombona ke emnikeza ke isibhamu lese su 9mm kodwa makafika la enkantolo ke sekathi cha bekuyiphutha ke lele type kahle kahle ngifuna ukuthi umnzane Mncube uyena.
Angeke izenze into efana nale makuthiwa wenza statement.
If you are indeed, if one is indeed making a statement, something like this will not happen.
Istatement sisuka kuwe siya kumuntu osibhalayo uyo obhalayo.
The statement is from one person to the one that is actually writing that statement.
Angeke umuntu obhalayo abhale into engashongo uwe.
The person that is writing cannot write what he or she is
le ibonza ukusobala le bebayihlalele beyikhanda beyiplana le yes statement.
This is just clear that they were there, just planned everything that they wrote on the statement.
Ngoba uba bebengayiplan bekumele kubhalwe into azofika ikhuluma la ecourt.
Because if it was not planned, they were supposed to write what he will also come before the court and testify about.
Le ndawo le okhuluma ngayo la akusiyona yodwa kuningi kakhulu lapha ashintsha khona izinto so.
This portion that you have just brought before the court is not the only portion in the statement where he had changed. There's lots of parts or places where he interchanged.
So ikhombisa ukuthi lento ayisuki elwazini lwakhe alibona ngamehlo nakwazi yaye khona kuko isuka ekuhlanganiseni.
It shows that this does not come from him personally, from the things that he has seen or things that he has observed, but it clearly shows that are things that they are just fabricating.
Let's proceed. Thank you for that response. He continues again, still on paragraph 5, to say, that is Constable Zungu, to say, Nthokoziseni Mapisa and Carlos Tobisi Ngube walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed. We are still referring to the incident that he alleges happened in Gwabeni's room at Basuto Hostel on the 26th of October 2014.
Sisakhuluma ke ngesahlakalo ke esenzakala lapha ke erumini kaGwabeni lapha ehostel mhla ka26 angithi. Uyaqhubeka futhi uthi ke uMthokozisi Maphisa noCarlos Mthobisi Mncube baye ke bangena ke ekameleni bafike bahlala ke embedeni.
But again, Mr. Mncube, I'm dealing with this threat. Don't lose me. I mustn't lose you. He says, again, he says, this is a typist error. The people that actually walked into the room were not Mapisa and Ngube, but it was Mapisa and Ntuli. Do you want to comment on that?
Ufuna uthini kuloko ke angithi manje lana ushilo la statement wathi ke uMthokozisi Maphisa kanye noCarlos Mthobisi Mncube ke ibona ke bangena ke kameleni bahlala embedeni. Kodwa uyaphinda futhi ke uma seke shintsha futhi ke sekafuna ukuthwesa ke yena ke umuntu owathayipha la ke iphutha lelo ke uthi ke cha abantu abangena ke lapha erumini ke akusuyena uMaphisa noMncube kodwa uMaphisa noNtuli.
Vele into ehlanganisiwe izoba so.
Of course, something that has been fabricated will just be like this.
Mangesi into yakho osuke enhlizweni yakho ibonile izoba so.
If what you are saying is not personally from you, it's not something that you personally saw, it will just be like this.
Angeke umuntu abhale into engashiwo ngomuntu.
There's no way that the other person can write what he or she was not.
Ngeke kube into eningi okumele manje zibe wrong ezibhalwe umuntu kodwa wena uthi ayiphumanga kuwe.
And it cannot be a lot of errors that somebody else had written and you come and say you are not the one.
Kodwa masihlanganisa sibheke ukuthi hayi masingayimisa ngalendlela siyimise ngalendlela ayila ngathi ibe wrong vele kuzoba so.
But if maybe this thing was planned doing the cut and paste, it will definitely be wrong.
Let's proceed. In paragraph 8, Ms. Koza, of his statement, because I'm paraphrasing, I'm not reading as is, right? In paragraph 8 of his statement, Constable Zungu stated that he saw a newspaper article on the 28th of October 2014 about the murder of Mr. Senzo Meyiwa.
Manje futhi uma sesiqhubekela phambili ke ngaso ke statement ke uyachaza ke uZungu uthi ke mhla ka 28 October ngo2014 ke uyawabona ke izindaba ke noma ke inkulumo ke emaphepheni ke ekhuluma ke ngokubulawa kwakhe umnumzane ke Senzo Meyiwa.
He stated that he noticed that the sketch of one of the suspects fitted the description of Mafika and in brackets Bongani Ntanzi.
Uyaqhubeka futhi uthi ke uma ke ebhekisisa ke lokudojwa ke kwalawo bantu labo ke uthi omunye wabasolwa ke ngendlela ngakhona ke kuyahambisana ke nomuntu ke lo okuMafika uBongani Ntanzi.
And that he was wearing a black hoodie top.
Ubegqoke ke itop ke nesigqoko esimnyama.
And that the other suspect had dreadlocks which resembles that of Carlos Gada Ngube.
Uthi ke futhi ke omunye wabo ke umsolwa ube nama dreadlocks ke afanayo ke nawo la ka Carlos Gadla Mncube.
Do you want to comment on that?
Khona ufuna ukusho mhlambe kulokho?
Hey, lo muntu owazungu namanga kakhulu lona.
Hey, this Zungu man is a liar.
Ene ubhlungu uthi iphoyisa leqamba manga kanje.
And the sad thing is that he's a police official who lies like this.
Phela lo muntu ngendlela abhale ngakhona la kusho ukuthi igebengu uyazazi kodwa manje nazanga report.
Because the way he has written here, it clearly shows that he knows the criminals, but he never reported.
And uvuka ekseni every day agqoka ibheji le SABC lase
And
South Africa.
He wakes up every day in the morning, put on the South African badge, and go to work.
Kodwa uzokhuluma amanga nje.
But now he comes and just talks lies like this.
Le into engekho la ikhanda uyayikhanda lento.
This is just a fabrication.
Benomngani wakhe uGininda.
With his friend Giminda,
Yiba bakhandele lento le.
They are the
Nethimba
ones-
labo.
him and their team, they are the ones who fabricated all this.
Yes, but I want you, Mr. Mncube, to comment specifically on this aspect where he says, and the other suspect, and the other suspect had dreadlocks which resembles that of Carlos Gadla Mncube. And let me give you the context to this. I'll call Mr. Makaza tomorrow to come and assist us. Here he's referring to Exhibit BB, which is the identity kit that was published in all national media, print media, and the like, on the 28th of October 2014, following the killing and murder of Mr. Meyiwa.
Manje ke ngizophinde futhi ke mhlambe kusasa ngicela ukuthi umzana Makhaza ke lo osizayo ke ngomabona kudala iTV ukuthi aze naye la nkantolo kodwa kwamanje ke engikusho ukuthi ke manje ke lokhu ke ngikhuluma ke ngalo mdwebo lo eyathumela ke zonke izindlu ke zezindaba lo ukufakaza bola icourt exhibit BB mhla ka 28 October ngo2014.
And in fact, Mr. Mncube, let me be fair to you. I don't want you to comment. I want, when you comment, to have a look at Exhibit BB, the nature, the length, the structure of whatever dreadlocks were sketched out by the facial expert person, and then you can give a fair comment. So I can park this aspect until tomorrow, but proceed with other business.
Uthi ke ummeli ke Ramsipili ke okwamanje ke angifuni ukuthi ke mzane Mncube ke mhlambe ke uphendule kuloko ngathanda ukuthi ke mhlambe abe khona ke lo muntu osizayo ngomabona kude azokwazi ukusivezela ke lo mdwebo ke lo owadwetshwa ke walabantu labo ukuthi abangena ikakhulukazi laba akhuma ke ukuthi umuntu onjani nokuthi amadress angakanani nobuso bakhe ukuthi kunjani njengoba kwadweba yena ama facial expert okwamanje masibeke eceleni lo kodwa ke ungaphendula kuloko kunye ke lo sesikubekele khona.
But also, Mr. Mncube, remind me, when you are in the cauldron here, when you leave, some of the things also escape. I know that I'm not supposed to talk to you. You are not a witness for the court, not for anyone here. You are the witness for the court. So just raise your hand and say, Mr. Ramsipil, there's this item you said you want to return to if I forget tomorrow.
Uyoza kumzana Mncube ke ikhathi esiningi ke umuntu uma ephuma la enkantolo ke usekakhohlwe into eziningi futhi okunye kwesibili ukuthi manje ke so ufakazi manje ke wombuso mina ngimelanga ukuthi ngikhulume nawe kodwa ke kusasa masifika ke la enkantolo ke ngicela ke uphakamisa isandla ke ukuthi ke Mr. Ramsipili ke khona ke udaba ukuthi masibeke eceleni soqhubeka ngalo ke usuku olulandelayo. Yezwa ba.
Okay.
Thank you. Now let's proceed with the statement of Constable Zungu, and specifically paragraph 21 thereof, where he says, I can confirm that Carlos had dreadlocks and gold tooth insertion on the upper part of his teeth. I don't know what is teeth. And then on the day of the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Masiqhubeke manje ke ngestatement sakhe ke uZungu ke sibheke ko paragraph 21 lapho ke esho yena ukuthi ke ngiyaqiniseka futhi ke ngiyasho ukuthi ke yena uCarlos Mncube ube nawo ama dreadlocks futhi ke enegolide ke elifakiwe ke ezinyeni lakhe ke lingaphezulu. ngale nkathi ke uSenzo Meyiwa ke ebulawa.
Do you want to comment on that, Mr. Mngube?
Khona ufuna ukusho kuloko mzane Mncube?
Hayi lento lento engekho. Azange be negolide mina.
I've never had a gold tooth. This is just a fabrication.
Into nje ayikhandela yona nomngane wakho uGininda nethimba labo.
It's just something that himself, Gininda and the team are just fabricating. They are
Into nje
making it up.
into ezimbili nje engahlangani mina nalento.
Myself and what is written here are two different things that does not tally together.
And still in paragraph 21 of his statement, Constable Zungu stated, and that was the end of that statement, that Carlos Mngube appears in photos 10 to 17, 22 to 24, 31, 34, 35, 46 to 48.
31, 34 to 36.
31, 34, 35, 46 to 48.
Okay, uyaphinda futhi ke uyaqhubeka ke uthi ke yena ke uKhalisa Mncube ke uyavela ke kule thombe ke lezi silandelayo kusukela ku number 10 ufika ku number 17 aphinde futhi ke avele ke lapha ke thombe ke 22 u24 u31 34 uthombe 36 46 kube ku 48.
Now, before you comment, Mr. Mngube, I'm going to hand you, Mr. Makaza is not here. Like I said, we've all seen the exhibit. What exhibit is this, Mr. Mish? Exhibit S. Ne? Look specifically at photos 10 to 17 and tell me if the persons depicted on the photos 10 to 17 are all you. And each time, perhaps, if you identify a photo that is not you or that is you, you can just raise it up and name a specific page number where that photo is depicted.
Are you referring to page number 10?
Yes, he says from page 10 to 17.
Ummeli ke uthi uyacela ukuthi ubheke ke lethombe lezi ke suka eqala ku 10 ufike ku number 17.
Let me do it this way, Mr. Mngube. Are you appearing in page 10? Let's do it at
Maqalela ke
17.
mntwana Mncube ke lapho ku page number 10 uyavela wena lapho.
Yebo sikhona isithombe sami.
Yes.
Okay.
My picture is there.
On page 11, the photograph depicted thereon, are you depicted
11 uyavela khona.
Yebo sikhona isithombe sami.
Yes, my picture.
there? Page 12,
U12 yena.
Yebo isithombe sami.
Yes, that's my picture.
page 13,
13.
Yebo isithombe sami.
Yes, my picture again.
14.
Umzala.
It's my cousin.
Hold it up so that, and also the page number is on record so that the Honorable Court can also see. And when you say Umzala, who's that person?
Uma uthi ke umzala ubani lo muntu kahle?
Lindo kuhle Mncube.
It's Lindo Kuhle Mncube,
Okay. What page number are we on now?
number 14.
14, 15.
Ubhodi.
It's my brother.
Hold it up again so that we can see it's on records. And by the way, I forgot his name. You said, what was his name?
Ngikhohlwe igama lakhe. Konje uthiwa ubani igama lakhe?
Wenza. Wenza Mncube.
Kwenza Mngube, and that's the one that is deceased, correct?
Yilo
Yeah.
Maseko.
Yeah, ushona 2021.
He passed on 2020 in 2021.
But let me pack it there. The other picture, photograph that is not you, go back to it. You said the person is?
Uthiwa ubani lo?
Umzala lo.
It's my cousin.
Lindo
Now,
kuhle Mncube.
Lindo
in his
Kuhle Mncube.
affidavit, in his statement under oath, Constable Zungu says, you appear in photos 10 to 17. That is inclusive, meaning that that person is you. What do you say?
Manje ke kwi-affidavit ke uConstable Zungu uye wathi ke wena uvela ke ethombeni lapha soka ku number page number 10 ku number 7.
10 to 17, sorry,
Mean
Ms. Khoza.
17, sorry Mr. Ramsepet. Manje wena uthi ke wonke umuntu ovela ku lapha ethombeni lezi 10 to 17 uwena. Futhi nalo uwe.
So what do you comment about that? If Constable Zungu says you appear in that picture?
Uzungu namanga nje into babekhandela yona.
Zungu is lying. They were just making up all this, my lord.
And uzungu akangazi mina.
And Zungu does not know me.
And go to the photo that shows your brother and also briefly comment on that in relation to Zungu saying you are appearing on photos 10 to 17.
Uthini ngakuloko ngoba uZungu utheke ithombe lezi uyavela from page number 10 kuya 17 ke sitshele ke ngalomuntu lo mfowenu njengoba uZungu ashila to wovelayo la kule sithombe lesi.
Ngithi lento le into ababeyikhanda noGininda njengoba noGininda afika tshela ecourt ukuthi yimi lo.
This is something that they were making up himself and Gininda, since even Gininda came before this court and said, I am the one that is appearing.
Ngoba bekulandelwa leli zinyo legolide kumfowethu la ngoba bebona ukuthi mina balitholi kimi.
Because they were actually following up on this gold tooth that they are sewing on my brother since they noticed that I don't have any or they don't find any on me.
So le into engekho le kahle kahle ngamanga lento eshoyo.
So this is something that does not exist and what Zungu is saying is just lies.
Anibonisa ngisobala nkosenkantolo ukuthi babehle phansi beyikhanda ngoba nayi i-witness ikhuluma ngezithombe ezikhona la.
And it's clear that they were just fabricating or making all this because the witness talks about the pictures that are available.
And go to, that is photo 15, correct?
Yes, 15.
So go to photo 16. Are you depicted in a photograph in 16?
Manje sithombe le 16 ke ukhona wena usithombe leso?
Yebo sikhona isithombe sami.
Yes.
And 17?
17 yena?
Yebo sikhona isithombe sami.
Yes.
Okay.
My photo is there.
Now, I want to touch on, and you've just started expanding on that. And this aspect rose in court during Mr. Ntanzi's evidence. I'm not sure whether I was leading him or one of my colleagues from the state. When Mr. Ntanzi says, how come a witness identify us by photo numbers, and there was a debate that was never resolved. But I think the court said, yes, he can have access for the purposes of preparation. We now know that here, the statement of the 30th, it was not in preparation for a trial. It was a de novo statement being made on that day. And I'm taking cue from you when you say he was sitting with these photos and being shown these photos by whoever. I'm not going to cast aspersion on anyone. And he was shown these photos and he commented, and from these photos, he then made a statement. And that is paramount, Mr. Ncube. Because you will recall he says that on the 26th of October 2014, at around whatever time, Mr. Sibia, with a bottle of alcohol or a can of alcohol, stands on whatever, he takes off his T-shirt, waves it around and says to all and sundry, have you heard Senzo is no more? You recall that evidence?
Usakhumbula ke mnumzane Ncube ke ngale nkathi uNtanzi ethula ubufakazi bakhe la enkantolo. Kwaba khona ke inkulumo ke uNtanzi ayiphakamisa kodwa uzane bekhona ke impendulo kuyona ngale nkathi ke ethi la icourt uNtanzi ke kuza njani ukuthi ke ufakazi eze la enkantolo ke ethula ubufakazi futhi ke ngesithombe ke abize futhi namanombolo ke asethombeni lezo ke nenkosi enkantolo naye asengenelela ithi ke yebo ufakazi ke uyakwazi ukuthi ke angakwenza lokho ke uma ngabe ke kunikezwe konke lokho ukuthi bazokwazi ukuzilungiselela ukuba khona la enkantolo uzothula ubufakazi la enkantolo. Aqhubeke futhi umela athi ke yakhumula ke ngoba ke ngufakazi futhi owabeka uthiwa ke 26 October 2014 wena ke ngenkathi ezithile noma singakusazana sishiwe isikhathi kwaba khona utshwala ke uphuzwayo wena ke wasokhuluma ke khumula ke skipa sakho uthi ebantwini ke nizwile ukuthi ke uSenzo Meyiwa sekabulewe.
Not him, but Mr. Sibia. And he mentioned the color of the T-shirt, which is red.
Wathi ke umzane Sibia ke wakhumula ke skipa sakhe sibomvu wasesho ke kuza ukuthi nizwile ke ukuthi ke umzane Senzo Meyiwa ke sekabulewe.
And in the photo downloads of Mr. Ntanzi, which Mr. Ntanzi says, I don't know where this photograph comes from. There's a photograph of Mr. Sibia seated with two gentlemen on camp chairs wearing sunglasses, and he's wearing a red T-shirt. And I'm telling you now, I'm going to argue this inference, that he saw that picture. Hence, he can say he waved a red T-shirt because he saw it here. He mentions that I had A94 when I made this statement. Do you want to comment on that?
It was too long.
Yeah, that's too long. Are we getting tired, Ms. Koza?
No, not at all, but I just feel the statement was too long.
At least you are fair, because like I said to Mr. Mngube, when you are in this cauldron, sometimes you are in your zone. So I apologize for that. I'm saying, and I'm going to argue this, you've already made a note there of that. How come a witness makes a statement having looked at the docket?
Angithi manje ke so nawo sokushilo lokuthi manje kuzanjani ukuthi ke ufakazi enze ke statement sekabone okungaphakathi le ko docket.
Oh, you are open. Oh, okay, all right. Now continue. I'll correct something that I said incorrect.
Yes, I've interpreted what you have said now.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Mr. Sibia was just whispering to me that he's wearing a red T-shirt, not as he's seated on the camp chairs there, but as he's opening a card. I believe it was a silver thing. So that's my mistake, because tomorrow it will be said it was said by Mr. Sibia. I rather the procedure hit me as a lawyer, but not put something wrong from my own mistake, and then it hits somebody's client. So that's my error. I take that.
Uthi ke umzane Ramsipili cha iphutha lakhe leli ke akazanga uthi ke ubegqoke isikhipa lesibomvu ehlezi lapha kuma cremche lokho ke cha uzange kwenzakala ngendlela engibeke ngakhona futhi ke ngikwenza lokho ngoba ke ngifuna manje ukuthi le phutha leli manje lithweswe yena umzane Sibiya kunqola ukuthweswe mina ke njengommeli wakhe ukuthi ke lokho enyibele khona eqaleni ke bekungasikhona ingakho ke ngikulungisa manje.
But the essence of my point is this, and you've nailed it, to say this was something, and I'm not saying that is my viewpoint, that's your viewpoint, to say this was fabricated because this person is making this statement. He's not preparing for trial. He's making a statement that's going to be used later in trial. So he's preparing whilst watching the contents of the docket. That's the essence.
Futhi ke ngithanda futhi ngibeke futhi lo muntu lo wenza ke statement akazilungiseleli ukuyothula ufakazi wenza statement lesi ke futhi ebonile konke ke okukhona ke la ku docket noma kuma statement.
Mina ngicabanga ukuthi if you witness kumele izo testify court, ngicabanga ukuthi iso testify ngento ekhuluma ngaye esuka kuyeyaziyo.
I think that if a witness is called to come and testify before the court, I believe that that witness will be testifying about something that they know, that they've seen.
Angicabanga ukuthi witness khona into emeli ifunzwe yona mayizoze court.
I don't think a witness must be fed something for them to come to court.
Lokhu osekwenzeke la sekufidwe umuntu la.
What has happened here, somebody has already been fed
Ngolwazi oluse court.
with the evidence or the information that is in court.
Ukuthi hayi wena nazi ithombo uzofika uyibeka nje kanje kanje.
And he was fed that no, here are the pictures. When you get to court, this is how you will put everything.
Ngoba kwazi witness ukuthi ngazokhuluma ngesithombe sedocket yase court sazokhuluma sazoma eboxini testify.
Because a witness cannot really come to court testifying about the photo that is in the docket when he or she still going to come to court and give evidence.
Lo muntu umosi unawo yonke into vele ngoba lo muntu lo ngoba ephethe ithombe nje ukusho ukuthi yonke into unayo vele yokuthi uzofika thini la ecourt utsheliwe vele nakho ozofika ukwenza.
Since this person already has these photos, the person has been fed, has been told everything what he needs to do.
Lento ikhona ukungabe nobulungiswa lo emaphoyiseni aphethe icala Senzo Meyiwa.
This just shows that there's not justice. The officials that are investigating the Senzo Meyiwa's case.
Okay, Mr. Mngube. I think, let me see. My Lord, I'm just trying to think out loud because some of these they will need the presence of Mr. Makaza to be rebeamed so that I can purposefully take Mr. Mngube through my interaction with him. I think at this stage, my Lord, I'll ask for us to adjourn. It's 3:05 until tomorrow, so that I can organize with Mr. Makaza to be here at 10. Sorry, my Lord, Mr. Ngumalo, Advocate Ngumalo had indicated before I sit, I should tell the court that he wanted to address the court in respect of a particular issue.
Thank you, my lord, for the court's indulgence. My lord, firstly, there is a head, my lord, that has been mentioned throughout these proceedings. The head that was found on the scene, and it was packed by Constable Mosia, who took it to Phosphorus SAP 13. It is a request by my client, Mr. Mapisa, accused number 4, that he would like to have a physical observation of the head in question, and he has requested me to convey this information on record, and he would expect the state to respond to such a request, because I did approach my colleagues yesterday with such a request. I don't know if such arrangements have been made on the side of the state, and I hope that the court will also like to have a physical inspection of the head in question, such as because it is crucial to the determination of this matter, as other exhibits were also exhibited in this court, such as the firearm in question and other exhibits. Thank you.
Thanks. Where's the head, sir?
As a court case, my lord, I did apprise my learned friend that we are making arrangements for the head to be. I don't know why this has been placed on record. We gave him our word that arrangements have been made to check the head at Phosphorus police station.
Okay, you hear the answer.
Yes, I didn't want, my lord, to chit-chat between myself and my colleague, because it must be placed on record for my client to hear what is going on. Thank you.
Is that it? Are we adjourning now?
As the court pleases, my Lord. Sorry.
Shuthi mangisakhuluma kusekho khona babumnisi lapha kunento engekhulume ngenye indlela.
Is there something that you want to rectify during your interaction with Advocate Nisi?
Yeah, si judge ngifuna ukulungisa kangilungisa khona.
Yes, I want to.
Through the court, you can make that request, Mr. Mngube. The court is in charge of is the captain of this ship.
Yeah.
Yes, you can ask the court.
Yebo ngesicelo
Yes.
senkantolo.
What do you want to rectify?
Okusho ngesikhathi ngikhuluma ngoKhumalo uphoyisa lela waKhumalo le elifikela ecourt.
My Lord, when I was talking about the Khumalo, the official Mr. Khumalo, who was called before the court,
Ngithe untanzi babe umbophe bathi bambophele icala lesibhamu.
I mentioned that I said that Ntanzi said he was arrested for the firearm charge.
Shuthi lapho ngibeke wrong ngoba bona uGininda bathi bambophele icala emeda not isibhamu ime ngibeke wrong.
I testify wrong on that point because Gininda and them said they arrested him for a murder case or murder charge.
Yeah. Noma esefikile uKhumalo la futhi ngithe ena abambuzanga ngesibhamu.
And I also mentioned that when Khumalo was before the court, I said that he was not asked about the firearm.
Bengifuna ukuthi abambuzanga ngemeda.
I wanted actually to say that he was never asked or not asked about the murder.
Le wakuthiwa uboshelwe yona untanzi.
The murder that Alex said Ntanzi was arrested for.
Babe sebembuza ngokuthengiselana kwebhamu akusakhulunywa ngemeda.
And then they now started asking him about the selling of the firearm amongst each other. They never asked him about the murder
Phakathi kwakhe noButhelezi.
between him and Buthelezi.
Kuyilokho nje ngifuna ukulungisa kuphela ngokukhuluma ngendlela
That's all, my Lord, that I wanted to correct, which was not communicated properly initially.
As the court,
Affidavit handed up.
the
The affidavit of the gentleman who said he doesn't want to give evidence after having taken an oath. You don't remember that evidence?
Mr. Qiniselani Buthelezi, my Lord. Yes.
You remember it?
I remember him. I'm not sure whether my colleague, Mr. Sibanda, can assist whether or not that was ended up as part of the
Is that not evidence,
ZZZ series.
It's late, my lord. May I assist? It was ended up as exhibit ZZZ12 in bracket 12.
So that, I'm correct about that. Okay.
Yes, it's here. It's forming part of the record. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I keep everything in my head.
And that's why I was lost a bit, because my lord said there was somebody who said they don't want to testify. I've never heard somebody saying in court here that they don't want to testify.
You never heard him say that?
No, no. I've
Is that
never
so?
heard such a person.
Which proceedings are you attending?
Me?
Because that guy actually said, "Ukusuka la, angisasho lutho." Can you adjourn until tomorrow?